are coming from the forest to come inside the town, SSS is supposed to detect them and inform the military and police. The problem is, these people are coming, Mr. Speaker, from the forest. And sometimes information will reach to the security. But these people will still come, spend hours in a village. Hours, not minutes. Killing people, burning houses. They will even relax there. And then they go. Then later on, security will go and people burning houses. So, Mr. Speaker, in this government, all what we are doing in this government, people of this country are not giving us credit because of security. Because the best thing is to protect life and property of a human being. And if we come to the issue of economy, Mr. Speaker, these people, majority of the affected areas, they are the ones producing the food that we are eating in this country. 80% of the farmers cannot go farm. So in the next 1 year, Mr. Speaker, all what we have will finish. And we never farm what we eat in the future. And we put ban on importation. So, Mr. Speaker, what I fear is people of this country, now the common people are looking for us. So gradually, if we allow this insecurity to continue, people will take law into their hand. And the people, they will begin go to the houses of a well-being people and start attacking them to bring them food to eat. Because gradually, if you go to the local area, the only thing, the security of our people is that farming. They will farm what they will eat. And it's because of that farming that this country stay in a peace. So seriously, Mr. Speaker, what I observe is the security, as they said, is embarrassed to the Nigerian security. It's embarrassment to the Nigerian security that a state governor are negotiating with the criminal to bring peace in his state, because the security cannot tackle that thing. He has to beg them to stop killing his people. He even promised to give them money. Where are the money appropriated for arms? Where are the helicopters? What the Air Force are doing? These people, they are coming in the daytime. In bike, they will send them 200 on bike. You can just bomb them with helicopter in 5 minutes. Where are the intelligent? So seriously, Mr. Speaker, it's embarrassing to negotiate with the criminal is an embarrassment to our security in this country. And what I observe, sir, Air Force, Army, and police, they're supposed to be serious and take, if you send somebody with AK-47 to attack a bandit with AK-47, and some bandit, they have even GPMGs. So, Mr. Speaker, the security are not ready to tackle that. As you take tankers, sophisticated tankers to Sambisa, that is what army is supposed to take to this our forest. Surround our forest with tankers, enter that forest, flush those idiots and finish them. But as far as they say, they will take Hilux and go on patrol just inside the city. These people, they are living inside the forest and they are there. So if security are serious, why can't them surround that place with tankers, helicopters, up and down? They will finish them in less than 7 days. So seriously, Mr. Speaker, if security are serious, they will tackle this.
Thank you very much.
France is breaking with its colonial past in Africa. What is gonna be next? A very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, my lovely people, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen. How are you guys doing? I really hope you are fine, you are doing great. And for those of you that are not doing your best, I pray to the Almighty Jaja to see us all through. And hey, don't forget that life is a roller coaster full of ups and downs. So whatsoever that you are going through today, that too shall pass, and you will live an happy life ever after, provided that you believe He is in control. Okay, my name is Osman and I go by Osi the Born Child. In case you have watched any of my videos, you know that by now. But for those of you that have just seen my face for the first time, you are much welcome. Please feel at home, but do me one favor. Please subscribe, turn on that little notification bell such that every time I do upload a new video, you will be the first person to be notified, and I promise you will not be disappointed. Okay, I don't know if you guys have been watching the news. I've been following up from the West African side, but in case I have you covered, in case you have not been following up, I would like to take you into the Africa-France relationship. So please lend me your eyes and ears in this interesting episode. So,
Nature's Own goes from scratch to shelf in about 48 hours, so every bite is just right.
PA-ABLE accounts help people with disabilities and their families save and pay for expenses without impact.
let's proceed right away. But before we go into the video, I would like to give a big shout out to everybody watching this video from the following countries: the United States, Australia, United Kingdom, Switzerland, Canada, Netherlands, Sweden, Japan, Germany, France, Ireland, Spain, Belgium, Italy, Singapore, South Africa, Nigeria, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Kenya, just here on the neighborhood Mambo. What a one, my people from Jamaica and Ghana, the beautiful land of Mr. Kwame.
Hey y'all go and subscribe to my homie over here. Listen, I want to give a shout out to him, y'all. I love him, y'all. I got mad love for him. And I would really appreciate it that, when we use people's videos, it would be nice, if somebody's good, don't just take their videos and use their shit without promoting them, man. At least give them some kind of type of recognition and promote them. Now listen, I love him. He is phenomenal. He's funny. If you got something great to say about someone's video in the process of using it, give them their props. So when they do come over and they do come past your shit and you are using their shit, they won't even copy strike your ass. They will be like, you know what? Good looking. Okay? And that is what great promotion skills is all about. You don't just take somebody's work without recognition and recognizing them and listen, if you like this fella and he does a great deal and he blesses your heart, share that person with everybody. Let everyone make a choice for themselves to, at least if they want to follow them. Now listen, that does not mean that everyone is going to stop following you. We have to realize that what you don't have, he may have. What she don't have, he may have. And it would be nice, and that right there can only build an empire. That type of state of mind mentality can build an empire. We're here to unite wholeheartedly with every breath that we take. So these types of channels, if one person has 20,000 and the other one has 30,000, you just attaching one another, where, when someone is not on, the other person's on. There's always knowledge being fed throughout the pipes, if you will, drinking that water, drinking that knowledge. Now be careful what you drink, but like I said, when I do promote, I always promote with a great heart and an open mind. You don't hate on nobody, you just don't take their work and use it without recognizing them. However, And sometimes, you know, we come across a video that somebody else had you know, took, you know, take, you know, people will take other people's work, so you got to be careful with that as well. But if you can, I hate when I watch something good on someone else's video. I know it's not theirs, but they never give a description of this person, a profile, a name. They just use their work and they never promote them. So I just want to take the time out and promote my homie. This is the person that's talking, and he is a very funny guy. You will watch his videos. You will be filled with information. I call it, you know, wherever you at, and whatever wherever you at and what part of the world that you are in, you are valuable because you will be seeing things as alternative media, sharing your stories with you know, your brothers and sisters abroad, because this fight ain't only in your current community, but it is abroad and worldwide. As a whole, black on black nation. Okay, so it's very good that we support one another like that. Now that I have uh, promoted my homie, I got mad love for him. He is so funny. Um, let's go ahead and in fact, yeah, go ahead and take that off and go back to this and let him tell his story about what's going on in his, well, yeah.
Nkrumah and Mr. Ghana Baby.
Order Maya, I am Maya.
Now,
Oh yeah, that is Maya. Widow Maya is an amazing person from Africa that he is definitely bringing folks back home to the motherland. He's been doing that for a while. He went on a traveling spree, and Widow Maya is amazing. And also, I did do some well, not collaboration with him, but let me go ahead and show you who Widow Maya is. And let's see, let's go over here. Let's get it. Widow Maya is phenomenal. I did come past his channel to drop some, you know, some nice music off. Hold on, I just passed it. All right.
Forgive me. Hey, someone is still here?
But Amaya, what's up, baby?
Hi.
How you doing? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Wow, big up to Africa. We in full effect. You know, the sleeping giant is finally awakened. And I want to commend everyone. I want to just tell everyone how proud I am of every last each and every one of you. It takes a village to raise a child, right? But now it's going to take an army to take the identity back. Now let's talk about this, because the diaspora is worldwide among all nations. Okay, so if you're looking through all the Latin, Afro, Latinos, you know, one thing we always do, even in Puerto Rico, we always celebrate our African heritage. So this is bigger than eagles, bigger than leaders. This is biblical portions, okay? And I'm from America, and one thing in America is I am definitely fighting on the behalf of all my beloved sisters and brothers, because I know the truth. And when you come into the truth, it's impossible not to fight for the truth. Now, yes, we have been through everything. Colonization is our biggest enemy. Even up to yesterday, I said, man, the only way that they can conquer us and separated us through slavery and still in full effect is because we're all scattered among all nations. We all hating one another, and you know we can't come together on one accord. However, this is a spirit thing worldwide taking place, and that's why I gave you this music so you could play it, because my friend Pele from Nigeria, we making music to inspire revolution, music. So I want people to literally stop trying to be something that we're not, you know, and start singing what you are. So when you hear this song, Black is Beautiful, Black is Original, you should be singing that shit, man. You should be singing this, and everything that I have put in there for you. I'm the one who gave you the music and the IG and the Instagram. All right, and you can see this is what we doing out here, and this is how we will be able to collaborate and to latch on and disable the lynching as we latch and come elbow to elbow with one another worldwide. This is a big project, and I'm so honored to see it coming into a form of a unity. You know, a unity as such. The fighting and when the tough gets how it goes. When the fighting gets tough, the tough gets going. Okay, um, it is what it is, you know. But as long as we are, you know, promoting one another and the understanding that we have each other, as divided we may feel, we have each other. We literally are making a difference. It's not that we can make a difference. We are making a difference. Okay, and this is what it is. I really love what I do. I do not take the internet for granted. I mean, you know, gradually, no matter where I'm at, I'm going to tear it up. I'm going to tear that ass up. Tear that ass up. Hello, everyone. How y'all doing? I'm usually alone doing my lives. I'm not used to creating big audiences. But someday, I mean, you know, I do have a lot of viral channels. It's all energy. So I'm all about energy. Hope everyone is. Hey, Beth, how are you? I finally get a chance to say hello to you in real time. How are you, baby love? Baby love. we used to catch wreck. Actually, Beth is one of my good little sisters. Not all. She's like one of the white people that I really do have love for. So for all of you who say that I don't have love for white people, I do have love for the white people that I love. That's it. But there's a lot of scumbags out there. Okay? Now, I love my white friends because they have earned that. That shit, you know, we have to give credit when credit is due, okay? So yes, the white friends that I have, like Amy and just, you know, some of my girls during my stormy times and my oppression, and I, you know, when I didn't have, it'd be the little things, you know, like, you know, my white friend, she let me drive her car, you know. That's just, you know, white people are like that too, you know. They cool as shit. And those are the ones that would say, I have some black friends. I have some Latin friends. And yes, maybe one of their Latin ghetto ass friends will probably be like myself, you know. Like, let's be real, you know. And let's talk about it. Because today I am on some next flex shit. You know what I'm saying? Next flex. Not not net. Next flex. Okay? That's the type of shit and energy that I'm on, vibing, you know, uplifting, you know, is what I do, you know, because at the end of the day, you know, we have to be balanced, you know, we have to stay balanced, focused. We can't be unchemical balanced. And you know, right now this revolution is amazing. Shout out to the troops that walked off, that did not you know, they kept their oath, you know, and that's what it's all about. Uh, 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 disarming, tyranny. And I cannot be grateful enough that, you know, our black brothers and sisters, and even some of our amazing white troops out there that will be considered as the strangers in the word and the truth of the knowledge. Because at some point that, you know, it says in Isaiah, you know, that the strangers will direct you to your inheritance. So we can't treat all white people that stand for the truth. Those who stand for the truth, big fist is up to you. You know what I'm saying? And thank you. We thank you for uh, your hospitality, as we would say, right? With good manners. We thank you for your concerns and knowing that that's the only thing that can kill this virus. Because believe it or not, the coronavirus is racism. And I get it now. And it could have been further from the truth. I cannot imagine that even though Antifa did a thing, but like I said, like what the enemy had meant for bad, the Most High will turn it into good. As you can see blatantly, it was the Most High who was definitely in control of that, and Antifa was, you know, Antifa white people, even they came to the hoods, you know, to even teach, you know, our brothers and sisters that Jesus is not, that the minute you say in the name of Jesus, white, that goes to show you Antifa had the power to destroy your neighborhood, is what I got out of that. White people, as far as when it comes to religion and not believing in the truth, when it comes to that curse, they will have power and dominion over you the minute you say in the name of Jesus, because the Most High Yahweh is a jealous God, and that's what we need to be coming into the truth of. And as you can see, the Catholic Church is gone, so it's time to come into the truth. The falling away has already officially come in full effect. The falling away is official. Babylon is gone, and no matter how much, you know, Trump, you know, tries to stand there and behave, you know, normal, you know, thinking that it's a normality thing, you know, and his style and the way he carries himself, you know, he thinks that it was okay to send in troops to vaccine the citizens. That was very disturbing and really, truly, indeed alarming. Not to mention the atrocities that were committed in these hospitals during these past I would have to say 3 months of a twilight zone. He did not have the right to come on here and behave like psychopaths. And you know something? I know in my heart that the Democrats and them and Republicans are one. As the darn American citizens, you have to understand this. The diabolical and the debauchery is real. They are all in it on one accord. They've been doing this for hell decades. Okay? That's right, do not get the vaccine, because at the end of the day, this is what they really, really, really intend for you. You know? They really, really intend for you to be under some kind of type of illusion, you know, that they're going to be testing you, but they also going to be infecting you. So that's the time, and they call it a test. The test is the real deal. That's how, I'm telling you, they are so deceitful. I'm telling you, they are truly indeed deceitful. It was amazing. It was amazing grace to see in Africa my brothers and sisters coming into the truth. And this is why we need each other, and this is why we should be using these Satan devices wisely, if you will. Because I don't care. You cannot live in fear. You cannot be scared of mankind. You have to be scared of all your grandchildren. If you fail your children, you have already failed your grandchildren. So this fight is not only through the virus called racism, but this is indeed a freaking tyranny. This is tyranny, and we are going to have to come to an agreement, a conclusion, that if we do not come together, we will easily be overthrown. And I look so forward to everyone taking the time out to go and watch Dr. Rashid. What is his name? Let me go and get him. You have to watch the latest and pay attention. They want the RN 666 garbage shit. They still want to come and do stupid shit, you know, and they really pushing for it. So watch President Trump, you know, and I'm so happy that they left him army-less, because he thinks that he can just take the army, our loved ones, and do whatever he wants to do to us with our very own loved ones. And it is our fathers and sisters and brothers who keep this nation going. It is not a damn president. It is not. And no matter how much they try to disarm and they downsize the army, like Obama, they playing this little damn ass game. No, Trump needs to grow the army to harm the public, to depopulate, and Obama needed to downsize so we can, and then they were gonna overthrow America some way somehow with communism at some point is was their goal, because that's who they are. That's why they were selling everything to China. China is busy robbing the shit out of Africa, paying and not to mention they have America has taken everything from Africa as well. And the fact that America has great minerals and great abundance of things, natural resources, is what makes this nation great as well. But don't forget that this land that we are in is definitely a very special land to the Most High Yah, and the Most High Yah is getting ready to deal with these Gentiles. They are not completely off. I'm telling you right now, what the Most High is doing is opening everything up, so when they do try to play, it's gonna be hell on earth. It's gonna be hell on earth. That's why they started working on drones and artificial intelligence. And of course these things will replicate. Of course these things, they will lose control. Of course these things are very obsolete at some point. Once it's gone forever. There's no coming back. They can't control it. And that is their biggest fear. Now, that is definitely worse than nuclear, if you ask me, because can that kill off humanity? Yes, it can. Only if they are able to deceive you like this picture, then it really can be so crucial. They will literally try to wipe off the face of humanity. They don't want nothing to do with humanity. They just want to destroy, kill, steal, and destroy is what these vultures are. Now, it's not a coincidence that you will hear certain people talking and they trying to get rid of them and trying to censor us and take these devices and use them against us, as far as like trying to silence us. Can you imagine that they will dictate what we can say and how we can be heard? And that's why they said if we were stuck on these devices here, we won't be we'll be stupid enough, we'll be dumbed down, we'll be so out of tune, and this couldn't have been a better graded thing to happen more now than ever. It just shows you people are out there right now enjoying this weather. Take those mother freaking masks off your face and tell the government to go and sit on what and shove them up there because that right there, they just want you to disarm your immune system as well. If you begin to take away your senses and downgrade and downplay your body and constantly breathing dust that's stuck close to your nose, you are definitely infecting yourself. You are definitely bound to become weaker in your immune system when it is time to fight a cold, when it is time to fight germs off. So like I said, and I will say it again, please stop obeying these these parasites. It's not about refusing, it's about allowing them to dehumanize you. You cannot allow them to dehumanize you. This is a power that you give them when you obey them. You are not to obey them. You need to obey the Most High Yah, and you need to start doing the Father's will, our Abba Father, okay? You need to start keeping your laws, statutes, and your commandments. And I don't care if it takes whatever it takes. See, the only thing that can happen out of all of this is that they will fall to your feet. And it does not matter. You need to be, and listen, at some point, the Most High will even use their own white people to destroy them. You see how they came to the hood? They have yet to come to the pink fences. Okay? Nice quote unquote beautiful beautiful areas, you know. They can easily finish this off. And don't think that black people, if black people didn't really want, that they don't have to come to your pink face areas and do exactly what you have done. They can do what you have done to them in their neighborhoods. Don't ever get that fucked up. Because everything they do, even though when you say in Jesus' name and you give white man power, the minute they start serving the right Yah, the minute they start doing the Most High Yah's will, they can come and do anything back to you in Yahweh's name, and you can't do nothing about it. You will fall to the feet, and that's what I want. I want folks to understand this. Anything we're gonna do it in Yahweh's name, in Yahweh's power, in Yahweh's intent for us, and we will win. We will win. It's not Jesus, it's Yahweh. Yahweh and Yahweh alone. There's no other God beside him. No other God. No other God. And I speak life over this universe. I speak life over this because the same way these white people came to the black hood and they want to play Antifa, they want to play rowdy radical. It's the same thing that black people can do in white neighborhoods to be rebellious. So let me throw that out there. Let me emphasize this. You ain't do nothing to us that we cannot motherfucking do to you back. And that's your biggest fear. White people, let me tell you something. Even though I love my one or two white friends, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, my reality is my reality. You understand me? And it is what it is. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Nobody say. You understand me? So they got that shit in. But until we don't get right with the Most High Yah, as far as calling the right name at the right time, we gonna be in bondage. And we coming out of here. We doing pretty good by denouncing religion. So that has been the first step. Denounce religion. I don't care if it's white Jesus, black Jesus. That is not what the Messiah has come to fulfill. That's not the law of the Messiah. Period. It's not the law of Yahweh. It's not the commandments. It's not. The commandments is a lifestyle. And let me tell you something. We only got one time to get it right. Period. So you don't need an approval from white people to tell you how to worship your God. Neither. Okay. This is between you and the Most High Yah. That's why I said, do not fear mankind. Fear the Most High Yah. Alone. Alone. You have to fear the Most High Yah alone. Okay, and believe you me, when you have a mindset like that, they fear you. They will fear you. Because if you fear the Most High Yah, then they know that you know who you are. And you know that if they even know that you fear the Most High Yah, they gonna fear you. Because they know the Most High Yah is going, you doing the right thing, you live a righteous life, the Most High Yah is gonna, you know how many thousand people can fall at my left and how many millions of people can fall at my right? Because I'm protected. The Most High Yah has encamped the Most High Yah's angels around me. It's all about Gabriel and Michael, baby. It's all about having your archangels in your area. So when you're doing the right thing, you live in a righteous life, you always gonna have that spiritual warfare battle power. It does not matter. You know, that's why knowledge is power. And that's why death and life lies in your tongue. Because if you're foolish, you're a fool out here, you just looking foolish, you would definitely despise knowledge. And it doesn't matter because you're just one less dummy. One less dummy. But it's bad. It's bad. It's bad for those who want to do the right thing. Because if you spew garbage. But see, there's a group for everyone. Get in where you fit in. Blend in where you fit in. You know? Blend in where you fit in. You know? And you ain't gonna find too much real people talking about shit out here without trying to lead you astray. You know? Not me. I come on here and talk to the universe, and I just simply have my conversations with the universe. You know? It's called having a relationship with the universe. You know? It's better to want to speak to the universe than to speak to thousands and thousands and thousands of people and lead them astray. I don't care what agenda you're doing. I don't care what you're doing. If it's not righteous, if it's not of the Lord's statutes and the commandments, me personally, don't want nothing to do with it. I don't want anything to do with it. Because I know that if it's not standing in righteousness, it's not firm. It does not have the full armor of God. And if you do not have the full armor of God on, I already know your ending. Sadly to say, I already know your ending. And that's what we're doing out here. We're running into boo-boo traps. That's all it is. But only the Most High Yah knows your plan, you know. And with that being said, I would like to play my homie.
If you guys have not been following the news, like I said, I have you covered. But I've been wondering, you know, should we call this the end of an era relating to France's move to scrap its currency in the West African countries? Like I said, to say it right, in the former French West African colonies. You know, 8 countries are soon going to be using a new currency. Countries like Senegal, Niger, Benin, Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast, Mali, and Togo. Now, some people will say, we'll soon be using a new currency. What happened to the old currency? Well, the old currency may actually not be so popular to so many of us that are living or that are keeping updates from English or majority English speaking countries. But the CFA or the as the French prefer to call it, was introduced in 1945 when France was taking on all these countries as their colonies. And it was actually maintained throughout the 1960s when these countries got independences. Throughout the 1960s, respectively, when these countries were getting independence, you know. And for about 75 years, the CFA or the CFA francs have been used as money or as the official mode of transaction in these countries. Now, the French government, this is what happened. This is the news. The French government has now officially approved the end. The French government has officially agreed to step down its CFA francs in these former colonial West African countries. You know? So, people will be wondering, how did this just come to happen in the blink of an eye? No. The negotiations have been going through on back and forth for about 3 years until last year when the deal was closed. But now, ever since the deal was closed, so many people are wondering, people from these countries, people from other African countries, to whom it may concern, the people are wondering, asking themselves endless questions that, is this indeed a genuine deal? Is it indeed a move that is going to benefit these former French colonies? Or this is just a Libland? What do you think? You can let me know in the comment section as we proceed with the video.
Yes. So France is stepping down. That's a beautiful thing. That is a beautiful thing. As the reunited Africa, United States of Africa, you know what I'm saying, comes together on one accord, that would be phenomenal. And I strongly urge and pray, you know, that would be so. You know, I just want folks to start realizing that Jesus is not coming to save you. You know, Jesus is not gonna come and save you. We have to overstand this. We have to save ourselves. Okay? We have to save ourselves, and by waking up, we have to start wanting, being hungry and thirsty for this truth, to come into this knowledge, because if we don't wake up, then we won't. And you know what? It is the Most High waking us up. Hallelujah. Yahweh be the glory. You know, I just give all the honor and all the glory to the Most High Yah. You know, this is where we at with it. You know, this is our goal. We have goals. We have 2020 goals for yea or God's children of the Most High Yah. Okay, we have goals, and our goal is this right here. And I will pray. I will die praying. I will die praying to win. Before I ever let anyone ever pray on me and use my energy or pray off my energy, I will pray and strive. And that is our goal. We have to fight for our souls, for our spirit. We have to fight for our spirit. It is ours. The Most High has blessed us. We have a mission to complete. We have prophecy to fulfill. And it's totally up to us. That's the will and the blessing. You have to want that blessing. The fact that, our ancestors had, been here and done this. But this is indeed an amazing time to be alive in. And while we're alive, we need to be striving to complete prophecy. Fulfill prophecy, doing the right thing. Knowing that we've been bamboozled. Knowing that, these white people have used ancient history. And we're going to get into that. And it's going to be very alarming. But maybe if we just stop talking and doing more listening, we will find it in our amazing paths to stop being Alice's and the Wonderland and start being children of the Most High. And that's a whole nother video. But I digress. So I want to go over a nice little ancient Africans in the Bible, which is they truly indeed always deny. They take this history for granted. They take it and they spew it. They explore it. White Gentiles, white pastor pork chops. They take this history and they dismantle it. Now you got Israelites playing with this shit on the streets and being radical, behaving a certain type of way, and making a name for the truth because the devil is using them on the streets, working for these, Freemasons. And they think that their little bracelets on their wrists don't show that they're Freemasons. You have given your soul to the enemy, and you're not on a side of the people. So I just want to throw this out there. Anything with an apron, anything with an outfit with bracelets on their arm, they're just trying to disarm you. Because they work for the enemy. And that is proof. Go look up what a Freemasonry dress is like, and then go look at these Israelites on the street. They're making it really extremely hard for the truth to prevail. But the gates of hell shall not prevail. as we stand in this peak, I pray for the truth to burst the lion doors down. I speak life over that. I speak life over that. And shame and shame and shame that they won't want to be out there, you know? That they don't want to be out there anymore. That they will pack their stuff up and they will go into their zones. If not, the Most High will snatch their spirits from them. And that's the peak that we are in. If you act up, your spirit soul will get snatched up. If you are a useless eater and you are doing the Most High is in a snatching soul zone. I'm telling you, this is the times that we're living in. You understand? If you sabotage anything, if you are a harm to what the Most High wants for His children, you will be indeed snatched up. Your soul will be snatched up if you are harm for the children. But listen, the Most High does have. Most High has already chosen who the Most High was going to choose. Whoever will receive this foolishness, they would just be foolish and conquered. You know, they will be destroyed in the end. They will be who they're going to be. So everyone has their scripts, and right now, I hate to say this, but I hope and pray that you will want to be on the right path. I hope and pray that you do not want to be part of the spoil that will be destroyed, as the slaves be destroyed with the heathens and their idols. And once again, they are the true embodiment of destroyers. When you look up the word destroyers, besides the comment that's coming to destroy these evildoers, these gents, these serpents, these beasts of the fields, these devils, these dogmas, they will be destroyed. You know? And their biggest tactic is fear. That's why they need to fear you. So you can fear so much that you will forget about the Most High Yah. See, when you think about fear, you got to keep this in the back of your neck. I'd rather be scared of the Most High Yah than to be scared of mankind. And when you live like that, you know you have already conquered your enemy. You have already conquered your enemy. Because their whole tactic is to fear you enough that you don't even see nothing else but the fear. But when you fear the Most High, it just makes you stand firm in your enemy's faces and you look them in the face. And you are willing to do it as a vessel. Because you know that you're striving for righteousness, but you are also being used as a vessel because you can. Because it's all about dwelling. What is dwelling amongst you? What is dwelling in you? Is it demonic? What are you? Are you a person with a dark cloud over your head all the time? Are you a miracle? Or like, what are you? Everyone has a script. So rather we know it, we're playing our part. Rather it's Rick Wiles preaching white Jesus on a hipster on a stick, ready to jump off and come, and you have one last time, and now he's so scared that communists have taken over, and if he was to say the same thing that he was saying before, he wouldn't be able to say it. Now that a lot of people fear that people are coming for them. No, it is the Most High shutting you down. You are a problem. You are a problem. You're very problematic. You're a hazard for those who have a chance. So when the Most High did shut these churches down, they insist coming online virtually with some kind of type of ludicrous ambition to lead the Most High's children astray. They don't care. Now listen, you know, the bigger your following is, that's the more responsible you are. That's the more blood you will have on your hands. So always remember that, man. Always remember that. So everything you say out of your mouth, and that's why I call my channel a divine channel, a divine channel, a divine appointment on this channel. And that's why I always keep it simple, and I always try to just, if you're here, you're not here by chance. You're divine. And it didn't matter at this point. If the Most High is dealing with you, the Most High is dealing with you. You know, the Most High is going to use whoever the Most High wants to use. So you should be able to know people by their fruits. And that's why it's very important to know the fruits. What are the fruits? Maybe we need to go and study the fruits. That's a lesson learned. That will save your life, because you wouldn't give certain things and energy the time or your energy. You will have true discernment. You will smell it. You will begin to walk in spiritual eyes. You will begin to see in 3D. You will begin to see that you will begin to see. You will smell it. You will see it before it happens. All you have to do is sit down. The minute you start watching something, you will be able to tell what kind of psyop it is. What are they doing? What are the intentions? You will immediately see all the symbolic symbols around you. You know, and that's how they speak. So when you take that up in Gematria and you start decoding stuff, you hear them talking to each other against you, the masses. And that's how the elite operates. You know, in spite of it all, they are foaming out the mouth. Now they will begin to start sacrificing each other because they don't have. That's what's going on right now. So if you're hearing screams in the middle of nowhere, if you're hearing screams in the skies, or whatever the case may be, there's a 50-50 chance there's someone evil dying. Okay? You hear those screams covering skies and sides and parts of the skies, ricocheting off the firmament. 90 times out of 100, there's an evil person being sacrificed. And they're going through the most brutal torture you can ever encounter. It's so loud that even the firmament is pleased. It's so pleased that you can hear the voice ricochet off the earth, because the earth is vomiting them up. It's not a game, y'all. They're trying so hard to geoengineering. They need another FEMA case. They need another FEMA situation. They're so desperate. They did a massive sacrifice. But the only thing that they're getting is the wicked. You're only gonna get the wicked. You are only allowed, the wicked is only allowed to kill the wicked. That's it. So when you hear something screaming and noises and just weird shit happening, just know that the wicked are being taken down by the wicked. They are divided. And everywhere else is becoming one form, one unity. And they are divided. They are breaking into pieces. That's all that's happening. And although you may see that they're trying so hard to act like they have the last say and they have power, don't go outside. Don't do this. We're opening the economy. You're red and we're doing a tracing. Listen, I don't think this is the time you want to be tracing people, because now is a no mercy season. Okay? If you are trying to harm and you are evildoer and you take a job such as such, Most High is going to allow, he who leadeth into captivity shall be led into captivity. And that is a great way to define that. You know? to express that. That is a great way to express that, like that. He who leadeth into captivity shall be led into captivity. It's what we dealing with, you know. And people, they really take that. They like that job. They like that job, and I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why. And you know something? It's so good that, you know, maybe we can look up all the track. Let's look up this. Track workers in your area. Track workers in your area. You know, and the same way that track workers can watch people is the same way that people can watch track workers. It's always a reverse and a vice versa. So, pretty much what you're going to put out in this earth is what you're going to get back. You know, remember, every soul that you have oppressed with a job like that. And ask yourself, is it worth it? Is it worth having a job like that? Is it worth being what do you do for a living? I track people and I send them to the government to be destroyed. That is the true definition of that job. I am a spy. You are a spy. You become officially a spy. Even to be online, and that's what we have here. We have a lot of monarchs. We have a lot of people, shadow government. They set a lot of monarchs free. You're going to have a lot of things going on that are going to be stranger, more stranger now than ever. The fact that they're working on your demise, so they're going to be throwing everything and anything at you. They're going to be coming for you, and you're going to be minding your business. Woe unto those who close their eyes in such a time, because they have plans for the winter. They think because it's going to be cold that they better hope they even make it past August. There is a possibility that something bigger can hit the earth. I promise you that it's something so unsettled happening. And that's why the Most High wants everybody outside to see this. They try to keep you inside so you don't have to see this. But no, but the Most High said, no, now open everything, because I'm going to be the one to destroy. I'm going to be the one to destroy. Because they keep playing. Now, I want to talk about some ancient African history in the Bible that they exploit. White Gentiles, white people in general. They preach this word like they are a chosen, like they have the Holy Spirit. I have a problem with that, because when you go and you listen to the facts and you go in deeper about real knowledge and history, it's nothing that they have portrayed it to be. Okay, and that is a big problem, because how many of us are walking around here deceived, sleeping slumbers as such, like so. And it's not hard. Just look around you. You will notice the difference, especially if you are woke, so-called woke. You know, many of us think we woke, but we have a lot of work to do. But as far as being woke, you should be able to have true discernment in that area as well, because life got levels. You know, I'm not talking about degrees. I'm talking about levels. So let's get it together. Chop, chop. But anywho, I'm gonna let this play real quick. Let's get it.
I always like to get right into it because you have time constraints, and I like to get as much information out and answer as many questions as possible. My name is Reverend A.J. Varmer. Some know me as Heart of Hotep Tar. And today's discussion, I'm going to be discussing with you Africa's relationship to the scriptures. The reason we chose this topic is because you have a difference or a split amongst the conscious movements or amongst the various churches as to, when I say the scriptures, specifically the Bible, and in many instances the Quran as well, where do we as so-called Nubians, those of us from Latin America, the Caribbean, here in North America, parts of Europe, and the African continent, where do we find our place in the scriptures? specifically in this case, the Bible. We all know that King James, or the Roman Catholic, or the Greek Orthodox with the Septuagint, the Catholics with the Latin Vulgate, King James, the Anglican Bible, many have stepped in with their translations, interpretations, and their own opinions on records that actually predate European development, predate the so-called civilization of the European continent. And they make it seem that we as Nubian people, Nubian Melaninite, or Africans, or Latino, or Caribbean, or whatever we call ourselves today, as if we were converts to what's now being called Judaism, or what's now being called Christianity, or in some cases, what's now being called Islam. So today we're going to go into the scriptures to see this Bible, as we hold it today, the King James Version or translation, does it in the English as well as specifically in the Hebrew, does it in fact show or mention we as a people, as Melaninite people, having an existence and in a direct influence on this book or these books or these scriptures or these religions and opinions? I say that because when I talk to our brothers and sisters in the consciousness movements and I say I'm a true Christian, and we say that in that particular way, true Christian. We say that because we want to make sure that it's a difference between just saying I am a Christian and I am a true Christian. And when I say a true Christian, we use the word Christian. You're going to hear some words today. We're going to define, and then we're going to show you these words in the Bible. If you have a pen and paper, we do ask that you please take it out, take notes, ask questions. Christian, say that word for us, everybody. Now, this word, we were taught that when I went to church as a boy, I went to Catholic school, St. Raymond's in the Bronx in New York. And then while there, I was taught that Christian as a word was something that the disciples of an individual that the world has come to call Christ, they were called in a place called Antioch, according to the books of Acts. That the disciples went to this place called Antioch, and when they got to Antioch, which is at the time in a place called Syria today, okay? And when they got there, the people there who were worshiping Syrian gods and certain Syrian doctrines, like the Sabian teachings, referred to them out of disrespect as Christian. And that word comes from the Greek Christos, and it means refuse, R-E-F-U-S-E, to refuse, or something refuse, something you throw away, something to be discarded, something to not be appreciated. However, as a word, that word Christian, everybody say it with me please, Christian, right? Because so many of us were raised or are Christians, but we never stop to find out what is the origin of this word, and does Africa have a relationship to this word? And words are important. Words have to be important because I learned as a little boy, and I'm sure you all in this room today as young ladies or ladies and gentlemen, at some points in your life, you learned that words were important. If it was in church, we learned in the beginning was the word, right? John chapter 1. If it's in school, you learn reading, writing, and arithmetic, person, places, and thing, me, myself, and I, nouns, adverbs, adjectives, verbs, etc. You learned words. And you learned about words being utilized to do mathematics, right? Word problems. You learned words being utilized for reading. You learned words for history. You learned words for science. So words have a very important place. Now, this word in the Greek, they use the word logos. Logos. Everyone say that word. Logos. From where you get the word logic. Thinking, things, the mind, how the mind perceives a thing. Because everything that we learn, everything that we encounter is based on perception. If I'm a Muslim, my perception is to eat pork is bad and to eat cow is good. Beef, right? If I'm a Hindu, my perception is to eat cow is bad and to eat pork is good. If I'm a scientist, I check out the pathogens and the microbes and the bacteria in both and make another decision. So perception, how we perceive things. Now, this word Christian, because we're talking about words with Africa's relationships to the scriptures, the root of this word Christian is the word Christ. Now, we learn in our churches, whether we're Baptist, Lutheran, Episcopalian, Methodist, Seventh-day Adventist, Jehovah's Witness, there's so many, right? Regardless of what church we come from, we learned that Christ, we were taught that Christ means what? Anyone? Take a guess. Savior? Anybody else have another one they learned? Anointed, Son of God, any other things? Now, if we look in our Bible in the book of John, chapter 1, and I'll try to write the quotes as we mention them. John chapter 1, verse 41, and please excuse me for having to turn back to you. In John chapter 1, verse 41, we read that he first findeth his own brother, and this is speaking about Andrew. Andrew's supposed to be one of the disciples of Christ. It says, Andrew first findeth his own brother, Simon Peter, and says to him, we have found the Messiah, which is being interpreted the Christ. This is in the King James Version. I have a Bible. If you need to see it, I'll pass it to you. Which is being interpreted the Christ. So this name Christ, by that quote, John chapter 1, verse 41, is it his name or is it an interpretation? It's an interpretation. Now, of course, you say, well, Rev, why is that so important? It doesn't matter. In the beginning was and the Word was with, and the Word was. That's the way it's translated, right? So it's important because I want to now ask the question, well, who, what, when, why, and how, who was interpreting this name, Christ? Was it the disciples? Couldn't have been, because he just said, we have found the Messiah, which is being interpreted the Christ. So the disciples, being of the house of Judah and the house of Reuben or the house of Benjamin or the original Israel, and I didn't say Israeli. I'm going to show you in the Bible where they're both in there. See, because somewhere along the line, we as Africans of the diaspora don't understand that words and logos and language is important. So we think when we hear Israeli, say Israeli, and we hear Israel, we think we're talking about the same thing. We think when we say Ishmaeli, say Ishmaeli, and Ishmael, we think we're talking about the same thing. We think when we say Midiani, and Mittani, that we're talking about the same thing, but history, his history, says, no, we're not. You see, when we say Israel, and we use it this way, Israel, IYL, right? Israel, and we see this name is Israeli are the Jebusites spoken about in the books of Judges chapter 10 and Joshua chapter 5. We're going to go into it. How the Jebusites, the seed of Canaan, which Zondervan Bible, and I have about 4 different Bibles by different companies, tell you that the children of Canaan, which are mentioned in Genesis chapter 11, are in fact the Europeans, though for years, going back to the 50s and the 40s and the 30s, they used to say the curse of Canaan, with Ham's son Canaan, was the curse on black people making us black, or Nubian Melaninite people making us Melaninites from Latin America, etc. But now they're admitting, and I'm going to make sure I pass it around so you can see with Zondervan. I don't work for Zondervan, haven't met anybody at the company, but where they're admitting to it. Key Study Bibles admitting to it. Ryrie Study Bible admitting to it, that the Europeans, so-called Caucasians, are the seed of Canaan, and that you are the original seed of the scripture. And they understood the words because these were the Greeks who were mistranslating, misinterpreting, and reformulating the books of the Bible. The very word Bible, they understood the word Bible as being biblos in the Greek. And they said biblos papyri. And that word papyri is papyrus, sun paper, the papyrus reeds of ancient Africa. Notice I didn't say Egypt. Because in the Niger Delta, and I'm not talking about Timbuktu, I'm talking about cities older than Timbuktu that rivaled Mesopotamia, Ur, and Chaldea, that you can go on BBC, on YouTube right now and type in ancient Malian cities, and they did whole documentaries on we in West Africa, North Africa, South Africa, East Africa, and Central Africa having cities that span back over 100,000 years. They found the Malian records over 100,000 years being kept by villagers 2 years ago, and they're presenting it. Look up the Malian records. Back to the point. When you say Christ, and we'll get into Israeli and Israel in a minute. So Christ is this interpretation, John chapter 1 verse 41, interpreted by the Greeks. Why is that important? Because the Greeks had a word, Christos. Christos. Say that word. And when they said Christos, they were not talking about the Messiah. That's described in Revelation chapter 1 as having hair like lamb's wool and feet like burnt brass. Because that individual with burnt brass feet, now, I'm not the best of cooks, but I do know that something that's burnt is normally dark. That's, you know, you burn some toast, you know, you got to take out the knife and try to scrape it, right? Okay, don't act like I'm the only poor person in the house. We've all done that before, right? Okay, so when you hear Christ, Christos, there is a difference between Christos and Christ. People say, well, I've never heard of this word, Christ. Well, in the Hebrew, every year, living here in the West, there's a holiday that comes up called Rosh Hashanah. Anybody ever heard of it? You have to, because it's always on the news. You don't know what it is. It comes on TV. It says it's Yom Kippur, it's Rosh Hashanah, it's Passover. You heard about Passover. Remember Moses' 10 Commandments, Charleston Heston, the river parted, they walked through it. But this word Rosh Hashanah, or Rosh Hashanah, they say means the head, Rosh, or Rais in Arabic. They put this here. And it means the head, a person's head, Rosh. Our Rastafarian brother said, Haile Selassie Rastafari, the head, Tafari. So this word Rast has always been there. And this word Ka in ancient Tamaré, it means the spirit or the personality of a people. The consciousness, we say the Christ consciousness. Because we know that the real Christ, the true and living Messiah, I say Messiah because we just learned that Christ is a what? Interpretation. The living Messiah says he will come amongst the people. Not as an individual, but by being a what? A consciousness, not a spirit. A personality, a consciousness. I stand at the door of your heart and I knock. That's what the scripture says, right? Why do they use the heart? Because the heart is the seat of what? Emotions. And your emotions have it's a direct reflection of your personality. How you respond to something. Your reactions to things are how you think. How you see things as right or wrong is based off of your perception of those things, correct? So this word Christ, somebody was bringing it in. And they knew when they were bringing it in that there was already a Christ. People say, well, how do you know that? Well, because I was taught and I was shown as a little boy at St. Raymond's Elementary School in the Bronx for 8 years of my life in that Bible, that when this individual they're calling Jesus was a baby and his life was endangered, an angel came and said, Mary, Joseph, take the child and go to Egypt. But the last time I checked, Egypt is in Africa. And I have to step back and say, well, 2,000 years ago, or 2011 years ago, or almost 2012 years ago, right? What did Egypt look like? What type of people? What was the facial features? Well, thank goodness to Google. I can go on Google, click on Google Images, and just type in ancient Egyptians. And I see all the faces in this room. I see all the complexions in this room, from caramel beige to turquoise green to purple, blue, black to whatever, because that's all of us in here. But I'm saying that for a reason, because if this little baby was going to hide, if right now you came and say, yo, Rev, there's some people looking for you, they want to kill you. We're going to take you and hide you in Sweden. How well would I do hiding in Sweden? Would I be able to, hide in Sweden? You think I can get away with it? No. So of all the places, right, this angel that came to Joseph, they could have said, take him and go to Mesopotamia. Take him and go to Ur. Take him and go to Chaldea. Take him and go to China. Take him and go to, because these were places, India, the land of Hind. These were places that existed 2,000 years ago. Alexander, the Greeks were engaging in warfare, trying to conquer these lands. India is mentioned in the books of Esther. So India was already there, because Esther, King Ahasuerus, was ruling all the way, his kingdom stretched all the way to India, the Persian Empire. So this little baby was going to hide in Africa amongst African people. So he must have looked like an African. And he spent 12 to 13, depending on who we ask, years of his life in Africa. Well, I was born in Africa. I was raised here in New York. And we know that Africa, like here, there are laws for schooling. Every African village has schooling. Ancient times, they may not be teaching see, spot, run, but they were teaching things that were pertinent to the survival of their children in that village, amongst that tribe, clan, family, etc. True? So what was this little baby learning for 12 or 13 years in Africa? What did you and I learn in school here in America? What type of history did we learn? American history. What type of religion did we learn? Americans' interpretation of religion. What type of science did we learn? Because if I go to China, what the children in China are learning as far as science differs. I lived in London for almost 2 years. What the children in London learn as far as their science classes differs, because different textbooks by different companies have different results on the minds of the children. So this individual, this baby, is in Africa learning for 12 or 13 years African education, the African Board of Education. And then came back, according to what's written, to Jerusalem, and was teaching and speaking something that the Pharisees, the Sadducees, the Romans felt threatened by in Jerusalem. Now we're going to go into everything I'm saying. I'm going to give you the quotes in a minute. I'm just touching on it. Where in Jerusalem the Jebusites did rule. And the children of Israel, the Nubian Melanites, could not push them out. And this is why Seti David, Seti David, and I say Seti because David's kingdom, Judea, was built in the south. The name Seti means southern one. His title, like king, ruler, was Seti. His name was David. And they built their kingdom south, which was going down the Nile. We're going to get into that. So, we have Christians, say that for us. We have Christ. We have Christos. We also have the Hindu, because the Hindus had their interpretation. Because remember, back in Esther chapter 1, King Ahasuerus, also known as King Xerxes, his empire stretched as far as India. So India's influence is also in the King James, Zondervan, and everybody else's interpretations of the Bible. But when we go amongst the Hindus, they have Krishna. Again, this word, Krishna, Christos, because Greece or Greek, Anglican, Indo-European languages. They come out of the everybody, you learn about it in school. If you haven't, just type it online. A list of Indo-European languages. The very word in English, father, comes from the Greek Peter, which comes from the Hindi or Sanskrit, Petr. Matar, Hindu. This is a language, this conglomeration of other languages. The very word language is not an English word. It's a French word. All words ending in j, language, garage, portage, every word that ends in that j sound, you know is French origin. Nothing I'm making up, something you can simply go online, list of French words that found their way into English, and you'll go, oh my goodness. So this is not top secret. There's nothing that's deep. It's just simple stuff. Okay? So, this child, we learn now, so we know Christ is not the right name, because it's an interpretation. We understand that it comes from Christ, because he was the head spirit, right? The living spirit, the visible image of the invisible God, Colossians. What about this name, Jesus? Because there's power in this name. And we need to understand that power. We need to comprehend what it represents. Now, we know that before the Anglicans, before King James got his hand on it, and King James was a result of the British monarchy breaking away from the Catholic Church because Henry VIII divorced Queen of Spain because he wanted to marry someone else, and so the church and Berlin and the church excommunicated him. So the Catholic Church is the Roman Catholic Church. The Roman Catholic Church is the church set up by Constantine, Emperor Constantine, 325 AD. But Emperor Constantine's religion was what? Of the sun god, called Mithras, or Sol, S-O-L, Sol Avintus, I-N-V-I-N-T-U-S. And they were merging for the purpose of keeping Roman's empire together, because the empire was beginning to splinter. So he had to look around the world for a doctrine that could be utilized to keep the Roman empire together. He wasn't interested in us in Africa. He wasn't interested in us in North America. He wasn't interested in us in South America. He wasn't interested in us in Latin America. We already had our original scriptures, original books of the Bible, if you will. So we know Constantine is a Roman. And before Constantine, another individual known as Alexander the Greek. They say Alexander the Great, but he's Alexander the Greek. And Alexander the Greek, he had his religion, which the American Standard Bible put out by the Roman Catholic Church today. You can go to Barnes & Noble, B. Dalton's. You can't go to Borders anymore. They all went out of business. Right? And you get the American Standard Bible by the Roman Catholic Church, English edition. Inside of it, the book when you get to called the Book of Maccabees, in their introduction, they admit that what's his name? Alexander, thank you. Alexander the Greek was in fact promoting Hellenism. Hellenism, say Hellenism. And Hellenism is the worship of who? The goddess Helen. Helen of Troy. Okay? Now, Constantine, the high god in the Hellenistic teachings, because they'll tell you and me, oh, but that was Greek mythology. Mythology to you and me, not to the Greeks. To the Greeks, it was their state religion. And the Roman mythology was not mythology to the Romans. To the Romans, who had their own pantheon until Rome started to fall, and then they grabbed back on to Greek teachings. Western Civ 1 in any college across the country. Any community college. Western Civilization 1 talks about it. So now let's take Greek. Say Greek. Who is the high god in the Greek Olympians? Zeus. And the high god in the Roman pantheon, Jupiter. Now when I say Jupiter, say Jupiter. Piter means Father. Jupiter. So now let's take the first part of Jupiter's name, Jew, and take the name of the high god of the Greeks. Now put it together. Jesus. We are calling on the Roman and Greek high god. I did not say there was no living Messiah. I said somebody played a game on us as African people, as Latin American people, as Caribbean people, as Black American people, as people of the diaspora. Someone played a game on us and then admitted to the game. How do I know they admitted to the game? Well, because in the New Testament there's a book of Romans, the letter to the Romans. Anybody in here Roman? So that's not our book. What about the letter to the people of Corinthians? Anybody in here from Corinth? Anybody knows where Corinth is? One of the Greek Isles. One of the Greek Isles. As a matter of fact, let's take a moment. I'm going to read, and this is King James Version, Key Study Bible, translation. Okay, didn't do it. Got to say that, because I don't want anybody to say, well, my Bible doesn't say that. Now let's read what they say in their own introduction to Corinth. Corinth was an important cosmopolitan city. Now Corinth in Greek mythology is where Hercules was born. Okay, by the way. And it's located in the Roman province of Achaia, the southern part of modern day Greece, on a large isthmus about 50 miles west of Athens, Athenia. Situated along a major trade route and had a thriving economy. For this reason, large numbers of sailors and merchants from every nation flocked to the city of Corinth. During the first century, it was one of the largest cities in the Roman Empire, and by the end of the second century, it had become one of the richest cities in the world. Corinth was a strategic center of influence for the gospel, since those travelers who heard the gospel, where are these travelers from? No, specifically, where? What continent? Europe. This was a European trade center, like New York City, trade, Wall Street, okay? Could carry it to all parts of the world. The city of Corinth, however, was one of the most wicked cities of ancient times. Immorality, unscrupulous business dealings, and pagan practices abounded. Of the scores of heathen religion, that's not talking Africa, this is talking about Greek, that were practiced in the city, the most well-known was the worship of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. The temple of Aphrodite stood on the most prominent point in the city, a hill called Acrocorinth, and housed 1,000 temple prostitutes. And they go on. This had nothing to do with you and me here in North America at that time, in South America at that time, and in Africa at that time. We grab it. Now, is that to say that there's nothing inside the book of Corinthians that can benefit me as far as my day-to-day morality and how I live? Of course not. But it's to say that someone is slipping Corinth, the book of Thessalonians, Thessaly, Greece, the book of Ephesians, Greece, the book of Galatians, Galatia, Greece. Where's the book of Africa? Where's the book of Latin America? Where's the book of Venezuela? Where's the book or the letters to us as a people? Were there books to us? Are there books mentioned in this Bible by name that somebody took out? Now, Zondervan, we'll get back here. This is the Zondervan King James Version, Zondervan King James Study Bible. I'm going to pass this around. I just ask that you pass it back when you're done. Ancient texts relating to the Old Testament. The Amarna letters, hundreds of letters written primarily by Canaanite scribes during the reign of King Akhenaten. Amenemhet's wisdom, 30 chapters of wisdom instructed are taken and used to create the books of Proverbs. The Atrahasis, taken and used to create Genesis chapter 1 through 9. Babylonian Theodicy, taken and used to create the book of Job. Dead Sea Scrolls, taken and used as Old Testament. Ebla tablets, taken and used. I'm going to pass it around. And they're mentioning African records that they're admitting were taken and used to create books in the Bible. I don't work for Zondervan. I don't even know who Zondervan is. That's King James Version, Zondervan. I bought that. Where we bought that, sweetie? Borders or Barnes & Nobles? Barnes & Nobles it was. Barnes & Nobles. You can go get that at Barnes & Nobles. Now, how is it, how does secret get past us? They're telling you they got this from your African records, and how we don't know. No, it's not that we don't want to know. It's we are so true to our faith, which is a good thing, but without works, it's in vain. It's a very dangerous thing. See, nothing wrong with having true faith. True faith is based off of doing the works to confirm that which I believe in. Blind faith is dangerous because it makes me trust a thing. So while he's going to pass that around so everybody can take a look. Africa's relationships. So now we've done Christians, Christ, Jesus. Now, if I talk to a person of Jewish origin, Hebrew origin, and I say, okay, well, Jesus, there's Jupiter and Zeus. They say, okay, well, you can go online and Google that. That's nothing I said that was deep, right? What's the name? What was his name in Hebrew? What would they say? What would his name be in Hebrew? Yeshua. Okay. Yeshua. Right? They just write it like this. Am I correct? But I wrote it a different way because we got to learn to do what we learned in school. Take a word and break that word into its three parts. Right? There's a prefix and there's a suffix that allows us to know the root of the words, because in the beginning was to know the root of the words that we're reading. So I want to know and understand the root of this word, Yeshua. I need to break it down, prefix, suffix. Now, Yah in Hebrew and Arabic and any Shemitic, or some say Semitic, language means O. Declaration. Yah, O. Ya'aki, oh brother, come here. Ukti, oh sister, come here. Ajibani, give that to me. Okay. So, we know the Yah part. We got that because they use Yah in the word Yahweh. We'll talk about Yahweh in a minute and its origin. Does it have an African origin? Because we know now that Christ comes from Christos, which comes from Krishna, which comes from Christ. Because the Indians went and studied in Africa also, in their records of the Indus River Valley civilization, the Harappan cultures of India. Admit in their records online, go online, pull it, Library of India, Delhi, they talk about it. Exactly. King Asoka. All right, so now, Shu. See, in the Hebrew, they'll say Yeshua means to wipe clean, to clean something. But the Hebrews, the word Hebrew, is not a Hebrew word. Because according to what I learned as a little boy at St. Raymond's Elementary in the Bronx, Catholic school, and I always say that because I want to make sure, which is supposed to be the first recognized church of Christianity, according to Europeans, right? The oldest church, the Catholic Church, according to them. I want to make sure I'm giving them a shout out so they can't run away from it. But I learned that they're saying this word Shu, but they taught me that Abraham crossed the Tigris and Euphrates River, and the Canaanites who saw him cross the river, they said Abraham, the Hebrew, and the word Hebrew, Hebrew, Ibri, the one who crosses over from one side to the other. So that word Hebrew is a Canaanite word. See, because when so-called Egyptologists say the Israelis were really the Hyksos called Haribu, don't confuse the Haribu with the original Tamarean Hebrews. The game of words, it happens in the Bible. Remember Cain and Abel. Abel was killed, replaced with Seth. If I look at the genealogy of Seth, all the names on Seth's family line, and I look at the genealogy of Cain, all the names on Cain's family line are very much the same. So they knew if they could utilize names that sound the same, which in school are called what? Words that sound the same. No, synonyms are words that mean the same. Homonyms. So there's synonyms, acronyms, homonyms, and antonyms. We all learned about them, right? Okay. Now, Shu, they'll say is Hebrew to white, but there was no Hebrew when Abraham crossed over. That was really Canaanite. But Abraham crossed over and went down into the land of Africa, coming down from Mesopotamia. But I have an issue. Abraham was from Ur of Chaldees, right? And Abraham was of the family of Terah, according to the Bible. And they were coming from the land of Shinar. And the ruler of Shinar's name was Nimrod. And he built Shinar and Akkad and Calneh and Nineveh, according to Genesis chapter 10. And Nimrod was the son of Cush. And Cush was the son of Ham. And according to the Bible scholars, Cush is Ethiopia. And Ethiopia is in Africa. So Nimrod was a third generation African. So the cities of Ur and Chaldees and Akkad and Shinar were built by African people. And you can go on Google and type Africans living in Iraq, which is Babylon, Iraq today. And there's a big thing going on, how we always talk about the Kurds, but there are Africans like you and me, dark. Go on Google, your mouth will drop. And they're living in Iraq, and they've been living there for thousands of years, and they say the world acts like we were not here first. And we've been relegated to only drive taxis and be drummers at weddings and be maids at the hotels. Iran as well. But you can find Africans living in Iraq. And you'll go, wait a minute, how come the world's not talking about this? But let's continue. So Yeshua, the root can't be Hebrew, because again, Hebrew's really Canaanite, because the Canaanites who called Abraham Hebrew, and you'd have to ask the Canaanite, what does Hebrew mean in their language? But Abraham, we just realized Abraham's coming from the land of Shinar. Shinar was ruled over by Nimrod, called Sargon. Nimrod's father's name was Cush, or from the line of the Kishites. And Cush is out of Ham. Cush is Ethiopia. Ethiopia is in Africa. So African people, Abraham was a... So we got to ask the Africans, is there a word Shu in Africa? And there is a word Shu. An angelic being named Shu. And he is the angel that symbolically oversees the breath or the wind, which the Messiah, according to the books of Matthew, chapter 15, blew on his disciples. According to the books of Acts, at the day of Pentecost, the Spirit came as a mighty rushing wind. So the family line of this Yeshua that had feet as burnt brass, that was the visible image of the invisible God spoken about in Colossians. If I go to Africa, I find an individual known as Tutankhaten, whose name was changed to Tutankhamun. He said, whoa, that's the Egyptians were pagans. I didn't say Egyptians, I said Africans. Please don't confuse us as Africans with the Egyptians. The Egyptians is the Greek word Aegyptos. And the books of Isaiah chapter 19 talks about two Egyptians. Please, let's go to it. Anybody have the one I passed around? Those who have a Bible will need you to help read with me. This is very important, because don't think when we say Tamare is all of Africa, north, south, east, and west. From Libya in the north to South Africa and Botswana in the south, to Nigeria and Benin and Togo and Liberia in the west, to Sudan, Eritrea, and Somalia in the east, and Angola in the central. That's what we mean by Tamare. We're not talking about this one little area they're calling Egypt today. Very, very young in its history in comparison to the great civilizations of the Yoruba, the great civilizations of the Timbuktu, the great civilizations of the people of Benin and Togo, the great Ashanti. Very young. When we go to Isaiah chapter 19, we're going to read something today. And we're going to touch back on all these quotes as well. Isaiah chapter 19. The burden of, I need everybody who has a Bible, please read with me. Isaiah 19 verse 1. The burden of, okay, so this is going to be a burden on Egypt, but we know the word Egypt is not there because this is Greek Aegyptos, and it means burnt black. These couldn't have been the original people, because the original Tamarans or original Egyptians would not burn black. We don't burn, we just get tan. We don't burn. Any of y'all put suntan lotion on the beach? Y'all don't have to put SPF on you before you go out? Why? Because nature bore you with SPF, called melanin. Okay. So, The burden of the Tamareans. Behold, the Lord rideth upon a swift what? And shall come into Tamarei, and the idols of shall be at his what Lord? See, because according to what I learned today, I'm thinking the Lord, the Lord, Jesus, the Lord's coming. No. See, this word Lord in the Hebrew Bible, they put it as Adonai. Say that word. And they admit in English grammar that in Old English, the letter D and the letter T were interchangeable. They admit it. So that name Adonai, put a T there. Aton, the Lord. Aton, A-T-E-N, or A-T-O-N, or A-T-U-N, depending on how you like to spell it. And the so-called monotheists admit today, and when I say so-called monotheists, again, monotheists. Monos, Greek God. Theos, Latin God. It's not us. But they admit that the founder, the first person to ever do something they would consider the worship of one God, was an individual known as Akhenaten. But he didn't teach monotheism because he wasn't monos, Greek, nor was he theos, Latin. He was an African. He taught atonism, or at one-ism, that you are one with the divine Father, Mother, or Mother, Father. I didn't say the divine Father. I didn't say the divine Mother, because the heavenly one cannot be just mother nor just father, cannot just be nurturer nor just defender, but have both qualities called attributes and elements within that are allowed to have portions manifest through nature or amongst different species, including humanity, so that we can be able to find our way back to the divine source that we are of. And that divine source is where? In here. The what light? True light that lighteth every human being. I'm sorry, man. King James didn't put that man there. Sisters, that's him right there. Hassan, get him later. Right? But lighteth every human being that's born into the world. So where is divinity? Inside me. From the source. But is it only in me? Is it in this gentleman? Is it in this sister? Is it in you? Is it in the bee? Is it in the ant? Is it in the tree? Is it in the fish? Is it in the air we breathe? And the water we drink? And the soil we plant in? And the sun that we see? Does that mean we worship the ant? Does that mean we worship the bee? Do we worship the sun? But are they all symbols of the greatness that did give birth to all of us? And that's what we were teaching as Africans. They try to say, oh, they're worshiping them. Come on, we were doing eye and brain surgeries, and you really think we're like, oh, the sun, oh, the water. No, we understood. Does Texas know about the importance of water right now? Wasn't the governor Perdue in Georgia a couple of years ago out there praying for water? Y'all don't remember that in Georgia, in Atlanta? Sonny Perdue, the governor of Georgia, was having a day of prayer so they could pray for water. Oh, now you're praying for water. But when we recognize the angelic being known as Tefnut, the female angelic guardian who oversaw water, what does that mean? Just like you have a person in the city of Little Rock who's in charge of your water and sewage facility. Do you know who that person's name is? No, but I guarantee you if there's a drought, you'll learn that name real quick, won't you? If you all went right now, start turning on these faucets and know what, we gotta have water, and he's not doing his job, now you would know him or her. Well, in ancient Tamarei, the person who was in charge of our water, moving water, irrigation, so we would have water in the middle of the desert or in the middle of the forest, that individual became the overseer of water. Like a trustee, like a superintendent. They weren't gods like, oh, Tefnut. It was understood. She's in charge of water. She's very important. He's in charge of the wind turbines. Because with the wind turbines, it creates what? Electricity. What else? Pressure to do what to the water? Pump the water. So they said Shu is the husband to Tefnut, because the wind turbine people in Africa, Latin America, or the Caribbean were working with the water department. That's all it was. And somebody took it and makes you and me think, oh, the Yoruba, they were worshiping Shango. We didn't worship Shango. He's one of our ancestors. No different than Martin Luther King. To the people then willing to lay down his life for the betterment of his people. Not that he literally committed suicide. Because one thing we know about black folk, suicide, I'm not saying we don't commit suicide, but if we do, that's because you didn't get there in time. Because we'll be like, I'm going to kill myself. I'm going to kill myself. I'm going to kill myself. We'll call about 15 people and then go do it. True? You will look at the gun and be like, I'll have to learn to cope. Is that true? Now, we are starting to lose our minds now because we've been living under this bondage for a long time. So now we're starting to do some crazy things too. All right? Back on task. So this Yahshua was of the family line of Shu. And that's why he was able to utilize the elements of wind. Because they said, Jesus healed the blind. Did he? Yes, Reverend, what do you mean? It said that in the Bible. He took and healed the blind man. It says he stooped down and spit in the soil, mixed it, rubbed it on the man's eye, and said, go wash in the water, in the Jordan. So he understood something about the composition of the soil he was standing on. Right? Because some of us remember our grandmothers and them saying, yeah, when we were little, we used to eat sour dirt. Anybody knows what sour dirt is? That red dirt. They dig down a certain point, and they say they would eat it because it gives nutrients and stuff. Anybody knows what I'm talking about? Please raise your hand so I don't look like I'm crazy. Yeah, this is real. Red clay. And it was used to make ointments for the skin, but you have to dig down past a certain amount, maybe about 2 or 3, 4 inches to get to the pure red dirt. And they say you mix that. If a child has eczema, you rub that on their body and you let it get real hard, then you wash them off, eczema go away. And these are the remedies our grandmothers and them and grandfathers used to tell us, but then we got hooked on Tylenol and Alka-Seltzer and we forgot the old remedies. But that's how we survived in our villages here and in Latin America and Africa for hundreds of thousands of years. Okay? So Yahshua, educated in Africa, came back to Jerusalem facing Canaanites, and they were having a problem with his Africanization of their new doctrine. Because see, he was teaching, all of you are gods, John chapter 10 verse 34, and children of the Most High. Well, what culture teaches that you are divinity? African culture. European culture says you worship the gods, and the only one that can become God is the emperor. African and Latin American and Caribbean, the Arawak, the Choctaw, the Shinnecock, the Mandan peoples of the North America and South America teach that you are divinity. Isaiah chapter 19. The burden of Egypt, behold, the Lord rideth upon a swift cloud, and shall come into Egypt, and the idols of Egypt shall be moved at his presence. Akhenaten, when he came in as a pharaoh, they'll say, Akhenaten did away with all the gods of Egypt and made only the worship for Aten. But they don't tell you why. See, they make it seem like there was this big discrepancy between Akhenaten and the priest of Amun. But they don't tell you why, that there's a difference between Amun, A-M-U-N, and Amun, A-M-M-O-N. See, A-M-M-O-N, Amun is mentioned in the Bible. Pull up some quotes for me. Amun, A-M-M-O-N, Lynn, please. So I want to give you all the quotes. Don't confuse. Akhenaten was trying to get Amun, A-M-M-O-N, because Jesus mentions Amun as being mammon. He says you cannot serve, no man can serve two masters. You cannot serve God and mammon. M-A-N-N-O-N. The root of that word mammon is the word amen. That's what they were talking about. And Akhenaten, when he came to power in that region of Africa, our lands had been invaded by Europeans. Our lands have been invaded by people from India, and their doctrines had infiltrated the minds of our people. So when he came to power, he was saying we got to get all these foreign gods that are using the mask of our angelic ancestors. So have you thinking when you say Thoth, say Thoth, that Thoth is Tahuti. But if I go to the Vatican Museum online, I will see that Thoth, they have Thoth standing there in a Roman toga. They have Hermes and Anubis standing there in a Roman toga. When you hear the name, the S sound, Hermes, Anubis, when you hear that is sound, you know that's Latin origin. The Vatican online website, go to the Vatican Museum online, the official Vatican website, and you will see they have pictures of the Egyptian gods, but in Roman attire. That's not talking about the ancient Ptolemaic angelic host. It's talking about the Romans, like Alexander the Greek, like Constantine, like Irene and them, who were wearing these things as what? Masks to emulate and desecrate rituals that they knew nothing about. And then cause that rift or split amongst us, where we are either conscious and say, I'm not into no religion. Until somebody I love dies, then I say, well, how do I bury them? Or we are into religion and say, I'm spiritual, sanctified, and saved by my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and I don't want to hear nothing about no consciousness. We've separated church from science. When this individual, Yeshua, by the fact that he bent down and picked up the mud and mixed it with his spittle and rubbed it on this gentleman's eye and sent him to wash in the river Jordan, had to have been a pharmacist to understand the composition of the soil and that water and what the result, it was an ointment he was creating. But because these people living under Roman rule had no knowledge of ointments, the same way the Moors had to civilize the people of Spain in the Citadel, they had no knowledge of basic sciences. To them it was a miracle. That's real. Okay, so now we hear Uncle Atten comes in, and I'm going to go very slow in chapter 19 of Isaiah. Uncle Atten was doing away with the Greek and Roman and Hindu influences that had come into the land and was saying get them all out. And once he succeeded in doing such, when his son came to power, Tutankhaten, he was able to change his name back to Tutankhamen. But that name Amen, they'll spell it as A-M-E-N, Amen, which is the English. The Muslims have it as Amin. The Jews have it as Umain. But it's an African word, and it represents two principles of ascension and descension, or female and male. Am-un. If you say am, say it. It starts from in, am, to the front. Now say un. Un. One's going from in out, and one's going from out in, or ascension and descension. This is what they were talking about when they say Jacob said he saw angels ascending and descending. When they say Jacob's ladder back in Genesis, that's what they were talking about. Two principles necessary for life. What does that mean? You look around this room, you see these camcorders. You go to your car and you pop the hood and you look under the hood. You go home, you unplug your laptop. For all of these things to exist, there must be a feminine and masculine polarity, or positive and negative post. For you and me to live, we have a positive and negative, and I don't mean negative as in bad, and I don't mean positive as in good. We're talking about electrical polarity. Both of those are necessary for the heart. If right now I caught a heart attack and you were trying to give me some CPR and the ambulance got here, they would pull out an instrument called a defibrillator. And they will tell everybody to do what? Why? We're going to send a charge into this individual's body, but because your heart hasn't shut down, it will shut your heart down. So they'll say, clear. Why two? Positive, negative, that we all living things need for life. So in ancient Talmud, we acknowledge these two principles as who, he, masculine and feminine. You follow? We acknowledge them. So now, Uncle Atten, I'm on the same principle. At his presence, we're in verse 1, and the heart of Egypt shall melt in the midst of it. Verse 2, together. And I will set against, so there'll be Egyptians going against other Egyptians. Uncle Atten's priest going against the priest of Amun. Priests of Amun were not Nubian Melanites by this time. They were Europeans, they were Romans. They were coming in and setting up their own place called Avaris, and they were setting up their own place called today Alexandria, and setting up their own doctrines. Keep reading. And they shall fight everyone against his what? And everyone against his, city against, and kingdom against, and the spirit of shall fail in the midst thereof, and I will destroy the counsel thereof. The priest. And they shall seek to the what? And to them that have divination, right? And to the what? That's how you know they weren't Africans, because we don't have wizards. Keep reading. And the Egyptians will I give over into the hand of a fierce shall rule over them, saith the Lord of who? And the waters shall fail from the sea, and the rivers shall be wasted and dried up. And they shall turn the rivers far away, and the brooks of defense shall be emptied and dried up. The reeds and flags shall wither, the papyrus reeds. The paper reeds, so we had paper, by the brooks, by the mouth of the brooks, and everything sown by the brooks shall wither, be driven away, and be what? The fishers also shall mourn, and all they that cast angle into the brooks shall lament, and they shall spread nets upon the waters shall languish. Moreover, they that work in fine flax weaving, and they that weave networks shall be confounded, confused. And they shall be broken in the purposes thereof, all that make sluices and ponds for fishes, man-made lakes. Surely the princes of Zoan. Zoan is also known biblically as Avaris, A-V-A-R-I-S. Go online, look it up. And Avaris is where the Hyksos called Haribu, seed of Canaan. That's where they were based. So this is not talking about you African Tamadeans. This is talking about those who burnt black, the Egyptos. But most of us grew up in church thinking the Egyptians were pagans, but not thinking, well, then why did God send Moses there? And why did God send Abraham there? And why did God send Isaac there? And why did God send Jacob there? And why did God send Jesus there? Why would you send your chosen people to live amongst pagans? Or is it someone else trying to get you and me to believe Africa swinging from the trees naked? You know, the whole Tarzan movie that came out, right? Let's continue. Surely the princes of Zoan are fools. The counsel of the wise counselors of Pharaoh is become brutish. How say you unto Pharaoh, I am the son of the wise, the son of ancient kings? So Akhenaten, as the Afirti or the Pharaoh, was saying, how are you Hyksos trying to tell us that you are the children of ancient kings when you are in fact the seed of Canaan? You'll see it. Keep reading. Where are we? 12. Where are they? Let's read together. Where are they what? Where are thy? And let them tell thee now, and let them know what the Lord of hosts has proposed upon Egypt. The princes of Zoan are the princes of Noph, from where you get the word Nephilian, fallen beings, are deceived. They have also done what? Seduced. So the Africans were being seduced by these Egyptians. They were being given someone else's mindset or someone else's doctrines that was now infiltrating the African continent. To do what? Even they that are the what? Stay of the what tribes? The original tribes of the scriptures. The original tribes of Israel, Ishmael, and Midiani. We were there. See? This is before Jesus. We were already in Africa. We are the original seed. It tells you there. The Lord has done what? Verse 14. Mingled a perverse spirit in the midst thereof, and they have caused Egypt to err in every work thereof, as a drunken man staggereth in his vomit. So the Hyksos, or the Haribu, or the Canaanites who were calling themselves Hebrews, mixed their perverse doctrines into our Tamaraean ancient African culture, and that's what caused us to fall away. Deuteronomy chapter 7 talks about that. If you marry amongst them and you live amongst them, your sons and your daughters will forget me, and they will start thinking as the Canaanites. Deuteronomy chapter 7. Continue. Neither shall there be any work for Egypt, which the head or tail, branch or rush may do. In that day shall Egypt be like unto women, and it shall be afraid and fear, because of the shaking of the hand of the Lord of hosts, which he shaketh over it. And the land of Judah shall be a terror unto Egypt. Everyone that maketh mention thereof shall be afraid. Why is the land of Judah? Because the seeds that still stayed in Africa, the original Tamadean Judeans, or the original tribe, are the pagans. that we learned about in church, but we thought it was referencing us and made us as Melaninite people feel guilty about identifying with the Amexem Empire, of identifying with Quetzalcoatl, of identifying with Nubia, of identifying with Aksum, of identifying with who we were, because we were thinking, well, pagan, I don't want to identify with that because that's the pagans. No, nobody want to identify with the word pagan because we think pagan, pagan. Not realizing pagan just means a person that lives off in the country. That's what it means in English, pagan, a country folk. But we, in church, pagan, oh my God, worshiping idols, gonna go to hell, lightning gonna strike you, right? How many of us believe that? I know I did. Growing up, I like Egypt, man, look, you mess around and get struck. But let's continue. Now I want us to hold that in verse 18. Let's find out who these tribes of Canaan were that were living in the land. And let's go back, because I mentioned earlier, I was talking, and we mentioned Joshua and Judges. Let's go to Joshua for a minute.
To synthesize their attitude toward the United States and how it has changed over the last few years. What would you say?
It's kind of lost its idealism that was so important to the rest of the world and to this country, especially to those who wanted freedom back in the days when you and I used to speak to dissidents and their, the generation that followed. There's a feeling that somehow America has gotten off the track that made it America and made it so attractive to the rest of the world.
The view of the United States has changed quite sharply in the era of President Trump.
Zanny Menton-Beddoes has similar concerns. Her magazine, The Economist, has an affiliated research unit that grades nations according to the quality of their democracy. In 2016, it downgraded the United States to the level of a flawed democracy.
I spent 20 years living in the US. My kids have American passports. I love America. But I find when I go there now, the sort of degree to which it is an angry, unhappy, and polarized country now is really extraordinary.
There is no low point.
This is the truth.
So I watch MSNBC in the morning.
What do the mobs want?
Fox in the evening or vice versa. And frankly, you could literally be in a different country.
And Russians kind of say, what's going on there?
Vladimir Posner also lived in the United States for many years. Is there a sense that America's time as the dominant country in the world is if not over, at least nearing an end?
Definitely there is that kind of feeling. And that probably the next number one is going to be China. And there's not much you can do about that. But I think there is definitely, the American century has passed.
Well, what a bummer.
Well, I wish it weren't so, I'll tell you that.
Because?
Because it's a country I care about very deeply, goddammit.
There are still those who believe that America's best days are not in the past. Bernard-Henri Lévy is definitely not ready to give up on the United States.
No. The values of America are still there, embodied by real women and men, embodied by institutions. And I even say my prediction since the beginning is that the time of Donald Trump will be shorter than his supporters believe. Because the real wall is not the wall between America and Mexico. The real wall is the wall of civil society in America, the wall of American women, the wall of the Americans who are revolted when black citizen, an African American citizen, is killed in cold blood by a crazy and murderer policeman. There is such a big part of America who is revolted by that. So America is still alive.
History teaches us that all great powers are ultimately replaced, and one day, inevitably, it will be America's turn. What our friend Bernard-Henri Lévy seems to be saying is true, but not yet.
Doctors and scientists in a race against time to cure coronavirus. Every evening we'll show how close they are, racing to a cure on the CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell.
When our daughter and her kids moved in with us,
Kids, bedtime.
she was worried we wouldn't be able to keep up.
Of course we can.
What couldn't keep up was our bargain detergent.
Turns out it's mostly water, and that doesn't work as well on stains.
So we switched back to Tide. One wash, stains are gone.
Kind of like our quiet time.
Don't pay for water. Tide is concentrated with 3 times the active cleaning ingredients. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide.
I did.
Ain't no fucking way. I worked fucking 50 years.
Yeah, you did.
Here.
Mhm.
Build this fucking country.
Yeah, you did.
What'd you do? Come on a fucking boat.
No, I did. I came in a fucking boat. At least I can afford an
Shut up.
airplane.
What you need to do? Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I'm videoing this.
Do it.
You're a racist.
I know
You're
I
a
am.
racist.
I know I am.
And you shouldn't be proud of that. You shouldn't be.
Speaking.
I'm speaking with my friends. You fucking racist.
Yeah, sure am. Me. That's me.
Me dice que hablen inglés.
We'll have to ask you to leave. You can't.
Yeah, you're gonna leave right now. You're gonna leave. You can't tolerate.
Okay, so we ain't gonna have all that. It's already too many people expressing.
You're gonna leave.
All right.
Cool.
No.
Coming to you guys from California. Before I begin, of all praise is the Most High Yahweh. Acknowledgement to the earthly mother, who is wisdom, who is the Holy Spirit. Acknowledgement to Yahushai. I pray that the Most High blesses this lesson this evening, gives more knowledge of the events of the past, in order to understand the events that are currently happening on the earth, so we get a much better understanding of things that are soon to come on the earth. We're going to be getting into a subject that I don't think many people have heard about. It was something new that I was exposed to in this book called The Vatican Billions. I'll read a little bit about it, but we're going to read a little bit about this, donation of Constantine, and then watch a video that goes along with it in order to get a good understanding. So we may realize that the authority that the church conveyed upon itself in order for them to feel as if they had the right to claim lands that weren't theirs was all based on a fake document that was used for thousands of years to give the church powers that it never had. So let's take a look real quick here at this is from Wikipedia, and it's called The Donation of Constantine. So I'm not sure how many people actually have heard of this, but this is something new to me, and I'm sure it's going to be new to a lot of you. It's just going to just prove our point about this abominable church that was raised up on the other side of the waters, away from our Hebrews here in the Americas. And that this church took pretty much liberties and powers and held it over all the kings of the world in order for it to successfully take control of the entire world, and eventually the fourth part, which is our part as well. So it says right here, the donation of Constantine, okay, is a forged Roman imperial decree by which the 4th century emperor Constantine the Great supposedly transferred authority over Rome and the western part of the Roman Empire to the Pope. Composed probably in the 8th century, it was used, especially in the 13th century, in support of claims of political authority by the papacy. In many of the existing manuscripts, handwritten copies of the document, including the oldest one, the document bears the title Constitutum Domini Constantini Imperatoris. The donation of Constantine was included in the 9th century collection Pseudo-Isidorian Decretral something tals. Lorenzo Valla, an Italian Catholic priest and Renaissance humanist, is credited with first exposing the forgery with solid philological arguments in 1439 to 1440, although the document's authenticity has been repeatedly contested since 1001. We're still getting into these documents and things like that over a certain amount of time where many of these things did not happen, but just going over what they're talking about right here. But pretty much they made up this forgery, and they use that as their pretty much their power, in declaring the fact that these lands were already theirs. And now they use a paper knowing that it was a forgery to declare the fact that all of these lands were theirs. Okay, so we're going to watch a video going on, pretty much explaining this and making it much more understandable about what's going on.
One of the most famous forged documents in history, the Donation of Constantine, was allegedly written in the 4th century. The document granted the authority of Emperor Constantine's Western Roman Empire to the papacy. The document was constantly under scrutiny and rumored as a forgery, yet it wasn't until the 15th century that the document would be disproven by Italian humanist Lorenzo Valla. Every time the church needed to take land, invade a religious city, or otherwise take political control throughout Europe during the Middle Ages, this was a document they pointed to in order to justify those actions. Starting out in the 4th century, Constantine the Great became the first Christian Roman emperor. During his lifetime, Constantine showed to be a strong proponent of Christianity and was the first central figure to unite Christendom under one banner. This made it reasonable to believe that the donation of Constantine was created in Constantine's time. But when was it actually created? What were the motives? And how did it change medieval European politics? In the 8th century, Pope Stephen II had booted the Lombards from the Italian peninsula with the help of the Carolingian king and Charlemagne's father, Pepin the Short. Pepin took the lands he had conquered and handed them over to the church in what would become known as the Donation of Pepin. Some historians now believe that Stephen II had the donation of Constantine written to legitimize the claim to the land Pepin had just conquered by essentially saying,
Emperor Constantine said we can take over this land sometime back. Here's a document that that Constantine wrote to prove it.
When the church established the Papal States soon after, nobody could really question it, and the church was finally on the literal map. This, however, was only the beginning.
Okay, so as you can see, it's all been a farce. The way they set everything up, the way they have just, forged documents in order to give power to themselves. No one has tried to fight, these documents. No one's ever tried to fight the church as far as their legitimate claims to all these lands. And, they just took that and they just, continued with it all the way till they got over here to the Americas as well. Instead of giving the fact that the Most High gave them the power to do these things, they had to just come up with these these forged documents in order to give themselves legitimacy. The Most High gave them their time, gave them our lands, put us in their possessions. And instead of them actually just admitting that, they had to go ahead and forge some documents and make some stuff up. This is the book. Well, I'm going to read a little bit about this. The Vatican Billions by Avro Manhattan. And I think I ordered this. I think I ordered it from overseas because it's much more difficult to, they have a lot more of our information over that way, And let's check this out. This is like I said, I barely got the book and read a little bit and, saw this thing with the donation of Constantine. I never heard of it before. And then, you start doing a little bit of research and then they just start telling on themselves. And it said it goes a lot with the medieval empires of the Israelites, just exposing, the lies, the forged documents, the forged history, and everything else. So we're just going to read this one page here, and it talks about the donation of Constantine right here. The church claims ownership of all isles and lands as yet undiscovered. Following claims with deeds, the popes set about implementing their new astounding theory by word, diplomacy, cunning, threats, and ruthless action, while appealing for support. Armed with all the mystic and spiritual authority of the church, they went on stating, asserting, and declaring that their rights were based upon the utmost legality by virtue of the donation of Constantine. It was in fact a clause in the fabulous donation, or rather a couple of sentences as interpreted by them. Of course, they get to, interpret everything for their benefit, which, although seeming at first insignificant, had the most tragic and far-reaching consequences. The words in the last clause of the donation, Constantine gives up the remaining sovereignty over Rome and ending or of the western regions to Pope Sylvester and his successors. Because the foundation stones upon which the papacy demanded sovereignty, not only over practically the whole of Europe, but over all the islands of the oceans. And in the case of their claims for Europe, those for the islands grew with the passing of the years and the increase of the political power of the popes. It all began in a rather hazy fashion and with a comparatively smaller matter, when the popes proclaimed their sovereignty over Naples, They included the various small islands nearby, on the ground that they were possessions of the church. Later on, as documented in the Chronicles of the Church,
beginning. Jumping to the 11th century, the church underwent ecclesiastical change known as the Gregorian Reform. In 1075, the church sought to end the practice of appointing bishops and condemned outside influences of notable secular figures. The popes finally received the recognition demanded by the donation of Constantine as heads of an ecclesiastical hierarchy that stretched across Europe, and this led to arguably one of the most important historical events in medieval Europe, the Crusades. With the Byzantine Empire under attack in the late 11th century, the Byzantine emperor did not write to a secular king for help, but to Pope Urban II. Pope Urban II received the call and had the difficult task of fixing a fragmented Europe of Christian kingdoms constantly at war with one another. The papacy called upon Christians to take up the cross, and Europe answered with kings, nobles, and warriors from all over uniting under one banner. Overall, these crusades were a shining example of the church's importance in deciding the fate of Europe, as written in the donation of Constantine. While the donation of Constantine did not directly cause the Crusades, the forgery set the stage for the church to gain enough influence to mobilize all warring Christians throughout Europe, effectively turning their swords away from one another and towards Jerusalem. By the time the humanist intellectual Lorenzo Valla finally managed to disprove the document in the 15th century, the church had already established itself as one of the most influential powers in European society. With Christians from all over Europe, their power expanded across kingdoms. Overall, the donation of Constantine had served its purpose in establishing the church's power beyond solely religion, and allowed the church to be a major player in European affairs during the medieval period.
In ways that never really even occurred to me, and it has convinced me that it's almost a continuum. And I'm 3/4 of the way through. I'm learning so much.
And again, what was the date on that?
It's October 27th at 5:30.
October 27th, 5:30, and location?
TBD, but sign up for the
There you go.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Palermo, did you want to respond?
Yeah, I want to respond to my brother's question right here, because that was a very, I didn't want that to go unresponded to. That was a very heavy point and question. And I want to respond to it in a couple different ways. One is I see my response to your question thinking about the economic crisis in Puerto Rico and what that means, and thinking about being a Puerto Rican from the Bronx, thinking about the struggle of the Young Lords, and thinking about the plight of Pedro Albizu Campos and the Nationalist Party, and thinking about the identity of Puerto Ricans and Tainos and what that means today. And I was on a panel at a conference last weekend about the Puerto Rican diaspora, right? It's ran by the Center of Puerto Rican Studies in Hunter College. And I was just dumbfounded and blown away at this, these conversations around what do we do to support our people on the island. And my takeaway from that was really just, well, we don't have any power on the island, so let's all flee, come to the States where we can vote, and get people into Congress who can care about making decisions about the island. If that wasn't a hustle backwards mentality, trying to hack an oppressive mindset within the oppressor's home by being locked inside the house without the key, I didn't know what to do in that space. I felt what you just asked, right? And so it was like, where do I fit in all this? So, you know, I don't know if this is any kind of helpful of a response, but it's really, my first response to you is, before we can talk about the collective, we need to know ourselves. And my own self-discovery was really tracing my family roots through documentation to my 5th great-grandmother in Puerto Rico, born in 1725, Salome Negroni Torres. Negron, a deviation on negro, and Torres, who was more than likely the slave owner, the conquistador that owned their family. And so I would say, as it pertains to people of color who in some way, shape, or form are native to this continent, not just this country, is to know where you come from, know what that means, and then understand what is bestowed upon you. You are an indigenous person to this land. What does that mean? That means you have rights protected under the United Nations, right? You have to understand your classification. You have to understand what that means. Are you a Puerto Rican from the country of Puerto Rico? No. Are you Native? We use Native American interchangeably. That is a classification for the census. That's not there's not the country of Native America, right? So Latino, there's no country Latino, right? So it's understanding the classifications, the identity, what that means, and then what rights are available to you, but not only are you entitled to. So doing, like, looking at what just happened in Canada, just passed this sweeping government's legislation, like an apology and a restoration of rights to the First Nations of Canada. Huge achievement for the Indigenous people of Canada. In Australia, Aboriginal people got their land back. Huge achievements. So, you know, it's a very loaded question with a very loaded answer, but I just wanted to make sure it was responded to in a way where it comes down to the individual understanding themselves and who they're really connected to. I hope that helped.
Can I also say I wasn't skirting your question. It's still rolling around in my mind, and it will roll around for quite some time. Yeah, it's they say heavy, so you know what is meant. But I think that you make a point that probably has to just be made over and over again because it's unpleasant, and it's particularly unpleasant in Latin America, which is sometimes it's not just about class. It is also about race and class. And you almost have to say it over and over again. People would like to kind of run from it, but it is about, particularly, I mean, it's almost always true, but it's particularly true also when you're talking about Native Americans. It is about race and class. So your question will roll around in the mind for quite some time, but I didn't want to skirt the question. I didn't answer because I don't have a facile answer for what you said.
And I think your question did its purpose, if you will, because I hope we're all mulling that over in our minds. Mr. Watson.
So I just, first of all, I want to thank everyone for this fantastic evening. Can we have a round of applause for our fantastic panelists? And also a round of applause for our fantastic facilitator, Jonathan Lewis, as well, for the fantastic job he's doing tonight. We are going to move on to some other questions, but I did want to just jump in real quick because I wanted to bring something up and make sure we touched base on it, particularly because it's been something that's personally affected me. And I know that there are several other Indians in the room that have been impacted by it as well. And particularly when it comes to classification, and then Pierre brought up the point of, being recognized, federally recognized. So I wanted to address that also in terms of its impact to this day when we're talking about classification, and specifically because Pierre, you spoke about the tribe being detribalized in 1881. Well, one of the main chiefs at the time was Bristol Michael, who was my 4th great-grandfather. So my personal journey has been my 4th great-grandfather being chief of the tribe when they get detribalized, me coming across his death certificate, which has him listed as colored, no longer Indian but colored, down to me, who was not only listed as African American, but who has never been allowed to be on the federally recognized rolls. So I'm wondering if anyone could speak or would be willing to, brave enough to speak about the ongoing impact that these classifications are still having on our people today, especially in terms of causing disunity, because Narragansett, Pocasset, Pokanoket, these are all peoples, but then amongst our own peoples, you get, well, you're not federally recognized, so you're not a real Indian, that sort of stuff going on. So if we could talk maybe, or just touch on sort of the self-perpetuating sort of genocide that we keep on ourselves by buying into these colonial classifications that they keep popping up with every 10, 20, 30 years to kind of keep things in the mix the way that they've been.
Sure, I can kind of respond to that. So that is a textbook oppressive response. And so, I mean, there's really no other way to put it. It is when it is right out of Freire's Pedagogy of the Oppressed. When the oppressed oppress themselves, they're doing the oppressor's job for them. So to think that federally recognized means any kind of superiority or trumps a federal recognition trumps blood. And bloodlines is just doing the oppressor's work for them, because what it, as an educator in community development and community health, I mean, the federal reservations have one of the worst, if not the worst, health outcomes, educational outcomes. So what does federally recognition get you if you're not part of the cohort who owns the casino on the reservation? So, and even bringing that into a class, again, it comes down to the classification as a Native American who's federally recognized. And it kind of goes back to your question around, by being recognized or classified as Native American or black or whatever, you are property to your government. Right? So that's why we can kill unarmed black men in the streets, and it's not a human rights crisis. It's not the UN's not coming in here, right? It's not the Syrian crisis where, you know, we need to get involved because they're killing thousands and thousands, but we're killing thousands and thousands of our own citizens in some way, shape, or form, through police brutality, mass incarceration, subjugation and oppression in Native American federally recognized territories. But that's not a human rights crisis, not an international crisis, right? So classification is a very big stronghold on the subjugation by your government. And so the Native Americans harping on being federally classified are just doing the work for the oppressor. That's my take on it, at least.
Oh, and
the bottom line still is it all comes down to money. Everything revolves around money, the classification, everything, even jails. Jails are a corporation. Towns are a corporation. They're about making the money. So the best thing that a person can do, first of all, is to understand the administration of justice, how things work. Education is going to help you a lot with a lot of the things that you're talking about here. Because if you don't understand how the system works, you cannot fight it. You simply can't. So if you understand the administration of justice and how each intricate government operation works, as they're saying, federal recognition. Well, how do you get federal recognition? Because under the Constitution, only Congress can deal with the Indian tribes. It doesn't say federal Indian tribes. There were no federal Indian tribes. All tribes are tribes. I know I have the blood. I did DNA. I don't have to worry about it. And my 10th generation grandfather was King Philip. So there's no reason for me to worry about being recognized by somebody who was recognized by my family first when they came here. So, and that's one of the things, I mean, you have to have the pride to do that and say, I am who I am and I'm not going to take it. But part of that is to get the education and to learn how, that's how we lost, because they used the money against each and every person here. And I'm not talking about just the Native Americans. It was the Africans, it was the Irish, it was the Scottish. They did it all over the world. It's all about money. And when people put the money aside and they learn to get along and stop thinking about the money and how they're going to make money, then some of these problems will cease to exist. Because, let me tell you, it's all about the money and the jurisdiction. They have the jurisdiction to tax you. Okay? They have the jurisdiction to give you a ticket, to tax your house. Nobody in this country is free, unfortunately. And just like I'm a veteran, I signed on the dotted line of property of the United States government until I surrender that right. You have to understand the system before you can fight it or before you can win. And we can't fight amongst each other. Every denomination in the world turned against each other. Africans sold their brothers. They sold their brothers to the slave traders. Okay? Indians did the same thing. Mohawks came down and worked in Boston for slave catchers. So everybody is at fault. The bottom line is the money. And when we put that aside, the problem will be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. This may be our last question of the evening.
Hi, my name's Andrea, Walking Dove, and I'd like to comment first to you in reference to your question about what are we doing collectively to bring awareness to the history and to King Philip and what we've done in the past. And I was blessed to get some very good teachings from Three Bears, Donald Fisher, and one of the videos he showed me was of a 1987 video in Boston with many natives around New England talking about education and honoring King Philip, Palmetto Comet, and the response of the room from the natives was an eagerness to reintroduce the rich culture of the indigenous to the curriculum of our of Boston, of Massachusetts. And the representative of Dukakis had said it's long overdue that happened. And that was in 1987 and is yet to happen. So that's really for and foremost really where we need to go. And considering the treaties, all of them that have been broken since our country's been founded, the grandfather of all treaties, the Turo, education meant caretaking for 7 generations, the water, the land, the air, our people, and making sure that all of our needs were met, and that was the true wealth. And so of all the genocides that are happening now and that have happened in the past and that we are stopping through collectively wiping our tears from Wounded Knee and healing our hearts and understanding that it takes the wisdom of our elders and the nurturing of our children to really collectively come together and understand that healing our hearts first will heal ourselves, and then we can heal those around us through the education. And as a 25-year school teacher, mostly in Rhode Island, I'm struggling with it daily and moving from school to school because my school was bulldozed for asbestos and other things. I'm constantly attacked as to why I'm teaching indigenous wisdom. That can be an after-school program. And I say, no, that's what education is. You know, the science of our education is how do we caretake our waters? And finally, in the history of our country, our Native tribes, brothers and sisters, are understanding truly what Omotakayo Yasin means. It means we are one. It doesn't matter what label we give us, but we are human. And the natives in every part of our world have gathered at Standing Rock and are caretaking now in sacred prayer and ceremony. And they're caretaking our waters. And they're having a sacred horseback ride in October. And they're asking all of us to stand up in our own communities, which we are doing. And we just need to keep doing it. And we need to stand strong and firm with our voices to those who think they can control our education systems and our foster care systems and those such, because it's still happening. It's in the 21st century, and our Native children are still being attacked, and it needs to stop now. That comes from the wisdom of a Mohawk woman. When something needs to stop, you say, just stop it now. So there. Thank you.
Dr. Gusto said something that is, I think I just want to highlight before we wrap up, and that is the colonialist is afraid of the black-brown revolt. I think that's something that you shared earlier, that the system is afraid of black and brown getting together. I think, because if folks did get together, a new reality would take place. And I think this is, again, just me going out on a limb, but I believe the fear that many folks are saying that they're feeling before they're taking the trigger has something to do with this. Has something to do with this. Just being afraid of somebody who says nothing, who has their hands up like this, I think there's something major going on with folks. Recognizing what has been done to a people for centuries and generations, and being an understanding if they wanted to do the same thing to me. But as I go back to that very first comment I made about the natives, it hasn't been about killing one another when they meet somebody different. It's been about that love, that extending to one another. And right now, my friends, the black-brown unity is more important than ever, and extending the best that we can, our olive branch, if you will, to the master. Because we don't, like you brought up, the pedagogy of the press, we do not want to become what it is that we hate. So we have to be very careful that if we do gain the power that we are seeking, that we do not inflict the same pain on future generations. And I want to thank everybody for coming here, especially my good friend over here, Ray Watson. I never know exactly which name to use. He has so many. And they're all very powerful and important classifications, I will say. But Mr. Watson, we do all want to thank you because you have carried this torch for the last 7 years. Not alone, but when nobody else wanted to. Let's shake it up.
And I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the other members of the planning committee that are here tonight. So, of course, Professor Bogues from the Center for the Study of Slavery and Justice. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Larry Wilson from Rhode Island College. Darryl Black Eagle Jameson here, who's been around since the first year as well. So I had the good fortune of bumping in and starting a conversation with Jen and putting the idea in her mind. But as Jonathan said, by no means at all has this been a solo deal, because we would not be here had it been just up to me to get it done. And I think anyone who works with me knows that I have no problem acknowledging that, and that I expect other people to understand that when we're working together. If you're waiting for me to get it all done, we might as well not do it. So I just want to thank everyone, especially Brown University and the Center for the Study of Slavery and Justice, for this fantastic space. I want to thank each and every one of our panelists. Can we have another round of applause for our fantastic panelists? And what's exceptional about this, and we touched on it earlier, oh yes, she took off, Elena left early, that's why I didn't acknowledge her, but from the Rhode Island State Council for the Arts, who has been involved since day one as well. There's just been a number of different individuals representing a number of different institutions and organizations that have been supporting this, that we can be here for the 7th year. But this year in particular, just to look at the panel there and see representatives from Brown, Rick, and Roger Williams in one room discussing something that is impactful for the communities that are right here, In my opinion, having grown up here my whole life, that's historic right there, what we're looking at right now. So a round of applause for everyone for being here, and a round of applause for our panelists for understanding the importance of definitely respecting where we come from, but understanding that each of us, no matter what capacity we're in, has something that we can add to collectively moving us all forward. I just want to once again remind us that tomorrow night is the fire torch ceremony at Roger Williams National Memorial. And then Saturday and Sunday is the big drum powwow. So please, 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 please do not let this be the last time you interact with the 7th annual New England Native American Culture Week. There's so much more. There's so much more out there. And we just love showing off our culture here in New England because we were the first ones to meet the colonists in this area. We were the first ones to invite them in. Thanksgiving's coming up. If William Winds of Thunder guy, the Sagamore for the Pokanoket Nation were here, he would make sure to point out the fact that they were the ones who had Thanksgiving with the colonists, not the other way around, and that it was in October and not November, and all of these little things that have gotten lost in the larger sort of colonial narrative that has been shown to us. It's so important that the history of the people from right around here be told, because the history of the people from around here is the history that started this thing called the U.S., which has had such an impact upon the globe. When you're telling the story of New England and New England Native Americans, you're telling the story of the world since that initial interaction, and it's an important story to be told. So, in the language of our people, we say, thank you very much for listening to us this night. And Peace Kanash, we do hope to see you all soon. I hope.
This program is presented by University of California Television. Like what you learn? Visit our website or follow us on Facebook and Twitter to keep up with the latest UCTV programs.
I'm Waldo Martin, Professor of History here at Cal, and a member of the Jefferson Memorial Lectures Committee. We're pleased, along with the Graduate Council, to present Professor Nell Irvin Painter, this year's speaker in the Jefferson Memorial Lecture Series. The Jefferson Memorial Lecture Series was established in 1944 through a bequest from Elizabeth Bonestell and her husband Cutler L. Bonestell. A prominent San Francisco couple, the Bonestells cared deeply for history and had hoped that the lectures would encourage students, faculty, scholars, and those in the community to study the legacy of Thomas Jefferson and to explore values inherent in American democracy. Past lecturers, Ambassador Jean Kirkpatrick, Senator Alan Simpson, this is a text, Representative Thomas Foley, Walter Lefebvre, Archibald Cox, have delivered Jefferson Memorial Lectures on early American history, about Jefferson himself, and on American institutions and policies in politics, economics, education, and law. Personally, I am honored and humbled to introduce Professor Painter, Edwards Professor Emerita of Princeton University. Professor Painter is one of the most important and influential historians of our time. Her list of distinguished publications, academic and scholarly awards, and honorary degrees dazzles. As a scholar and public intellectual, Professor Painter has helped transform how we think and write about 19th and 20th century U.S. history. Her wide-ranging and stimulating body of historical scholarship has ranged across African American history, Southern history, working class history, women's history, cultural history, social history, and for good measure, intellectual history. Her scholarly range is stunning. Her scholarship itself is exemplary. Because of her powerful work, we now see 19th century black immigrants, black working class radicals and communists, the late 19th and early 20th century, Sojourner Truth, enslaved women, and yes, white people in fresh and revealing ways. Those of us who make it a point to read her work, including her strikingly perceptive essays, articles, and reviews, delight in her historical sensibility, her erudition, her rigor, her insight, and her inviting prose. Those of us who know Nell personally marvel at the commitment to teaching and to the training of future historians and scholars. Both of these have earmarked her path-breaking career, a career that took her to the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill and the University of Pennsylvania before Princeton. Many of her former graduate students have gone on to illustrious scholarly careers in their own right. Nell's mentorship is not only exceptional, but legendary. A genuinely cool and deeply humane person, Nell has modeled intellectual generosity, graciousness, and rigor. At critical points in the careers of many historians, like myself, Nell has provided not only verbal encouragement and sage advice, but she has also provided substantive and helpful criticism, necessary criticism. For that, her mentorship and the inspiring example of her work and her career, we are all indebted. Nell Irvin Painter, as they say where I come from, a proud and brilliant black woman, pointed the way. Today, having retired from her Princeton gig, Nell Irvin Painter is reinventing herself, becoming an exciting visual artist, sporting a 2009 BFA from Rutgers and a 2011 MFA from the Rhode Island School of Design. With her BA in anthropology from Berkeley, her MA in African history from UCLA, and her PhD in American history from Harvard, she knows a thing or two about credentials. Not bad, as my down-home friends would say, for a true homegirl, a graduate from Oakland Tech's Gifted and Talented program. This afternoon, Professor Painter will be speaking on and illustrating why white people are called Caucasian. Now.
Thank you. Thanks, Waldo. That was terrific. Thank you, sir. Well, thank you so much, Waldo. It is really lovely. It's wonderful to be back in the Bay Area. I haven't been here since last year. My father, who's now 94, who spent his career in Lewis Hall as the chief technician of chemistry, last year came to New Jersey. So we haven't been coming back as often as we did before. I want to thank the Jefferson Lecture Committee for bringing me here from Newark and for giving me the chance to talk to you and see old friends and some new friends. So this afternoon, my talk has 3 sections. One is an autobiographical section, fairly short. I want to tell you something about my process. The second part is the actual body of the lecture with the illustrations which I made especially for you. And then the last section is very brief. It has just one image, which the Georgian National Museum very kindly let me use without making me pay for permission. So the question of why are white people called Caucasian lies at the foundation of my 2010 book, The History of White People. People ask me, why did you write that book? And I said, I wanted to understand why white people are called Caucasian. I started working during the Chechenian wars of the late 20th century, and I thought, why are American white people called Chechens? And so the book came out of that. So the book took many hundreds of pages. It's a very visual book, because I wrote it while I was in art school. But it's fundamentally a history book rooted in an archive of words. Its research came out of the Princeton University Library, and I actually dedicated the book to the Princeton University Library. In the book, Jan Friedrich Blumenbach, 1752 to 1840, who plays a central role in the question I'm asking, also has nearly an entire chapter. But his role in my presentation to you this evening, he is really somewhat smaller. And that has to do with the process, my process of putting together this talk. So as Professor Martin told you, I spent 5 years in art school at Rutgers and at the Rhode Island School of Design. And there I learned to see, to really, really see. And the process of making an image, whether you make it with your hand, which I do, or you make it with your computer, which I also do, and the images that I'm going to show you this afternoon are digital images that I made in my computer. But whether you do it one way or the other, manually or digitally, you have to fill the space. That means seeing into all that space. And that process profoundly altered what I could see in what I had written, actually, and what I had already studied to write a book. So, for instance, the skulls now occupy a much more important place than before, because I looked at them and I looked for them with an artist's eye, not simply looking for words. So the artifacts that reach science, I now see as particular artifacts belonging to particular people, and that reached to science through the hands of particular people. So my image center approach has the great advantage of embodying, not just quoting or analyzing, scientific utterance.
And I just had a revelation right here. Wait, and it slipped me by, just like so. So, exactly the way you see it here, I just had a revelation. You know, exactly what this means is exactly what this means. Does Old Testament still apply? Most Christians believe that only parts dealing with the moral law, as opposed to ceremonial law, are still applicable. Others believe that none apply to Well Covenant theologians believe that the Old Covenant remains valid for Jews and a minority. Have the view that all parts still apply to believers in Jesus. Now the thing is, we're talking about two different gods. And once we can grasp that, then we can come away from this false deity, false dispensation. And the thing here is that it only takes a couple of seconds to read because they even put it in order for you. As you read, well, you would have to, be diligent in order to see these things with a true discernment eye, because people are really under MK control right now. Um, but when you denounce all that craziness, you will literally see that, the Most High chosen people is more deeper. They got this little game going on. That's how they were able to conquer your mind, and that's why people were literally taught fear. But the Most High did not give us the spirit of fear, but of love, power, and a sound mind. And the book of Celestial and Melchizedek and Melchies. Let's get into that. I could not stress this enough. Okay. Okay, so we're going to be talking about the Melchizedek priesthood. Okay. What does Melchizedek mean? Celestial. What does celestial mean? And it'll give you Melchizedek. So, understanding the doctrine. Okay. They know that everything comes from the power of the Most High Yah. And they know that the Most High will dwell with His own in these latter days like nobody's business. And why is it so important for them to continue? And Trump is doing really good because he is literally acting like, he's holding the Bible in his hand, and he for those who don't understand this, listen, it is up to you who wants to be diligent, vigilant. Now, what I want to show you is that, these Jesuits, they fought so hard for this. This is what kept God's chosen people in captive. This is what keeps them in power. That when you, as a God's chosen people, praise their... Listen, this is so crucial. This is so important. Okay? Literally. Telling you. He speaks to his own because he cannot speak to us. He knows that we are awakened. We officially awakened from the sleeping slumber is the signs and the time for them. Okay? Don't get this twisted. So they hearing us and they know what it is. Don't get this twisted, y'all. They are watching God's chosen people. And we gotta be out here hard with it. We gotta be out here talking in spirit and in truth in these latter days, because this is the only thing that's gonna we're not asking for the identity back, we're taking it back. They don't match the prophecy. They don't come even close as a God's chosen people. And only one way that they can possibly even have some kind of type of lean in is if they love God's chosen people and bless God's chosen people. And as you can see, they don't have any intentions in doing that. in no form or fashion, under no circumstances. And that's just the way it is. Okay? They look forward to suppressing and wringing these rags for what it is, because us waking up is a threat for them and their power that they have over us, and this the illusion that they have going on for so long. And the time is up. Babylon has fallen. I don't know what it is about today, but I know tomorrow the chain unrattles more and more. Bondages are being broken. Yokes are coming off of necks. For real, for real. You have nothing else to play. Your chessboard is officially over. As we unrattle this thing, and as this thing called power and dominion unfold right before your eyes. Because these beasts of the field, creatures, will, and they are currently trying to challenge the Most High, even when it comes to fighting in the firmament. But they do not know that you cannot just go in the firmament and plead and like you're something greater than our Maker. Impossible. And you can try, but you will never, ever win. And that's why I call on the Most High to destroy Gentiles, tear them down from every God enemy, every Yahweh enemy. If you are enemy of the Most High Yah, you are enemy of us. And if you are enemy of us, you are enemy of the Most High Yah. And who, better yet, can wear the saints out? Nobody like no other but these beasts of the field. Serpents. Oppressors. Dogmas. With their dogs. The gig is up. But they will still try so hard. And the harder they try, that's the faster the Most High is going to strip their asses. Excuse my word, because words do matter. So let me rephrase that. Strip them of people or anything type of power. There will be a time that they won't be able to walk down the streets of the filth that came out of this great awakening has yet still to be revealed. What gave these empires power, and how much blood they have on their hand, how much blood they feed the beasts to have this dominion and this delusion, and all they do is deceive, kill, steal, and destroy, and rape. Everything under the sun is nothing new. But the only thing new about this is that time is up. Welcome to the beginning of your end. The earth don't want nothing to do with y'all here. That's what's vomiting these things up. Reversing curses. Reversing. They want to reverse time. No, spells are being reversed. In the name of Yahweh. Yah. But yet, they will still do their hideous ceremonies. They will continue to form out the mouth, but the only thing that's left for them to do is to ceremony each other all the way to the bottomless pit. As you know, now I know why it calls Planet X. Now I know why they call it Planet X. You know? And everything they have done to transgress the laws, you know. But it was all part of the plan, so I look forward to the outcome, the script. You know, there's gonna be a point where there's some things that have not happened yet. There's some things that did not happen yet. And though, you know, they are trying. They are trying. Because Satan knows that his time is up. It's not even short anymore. It's up. You know? And what they want to do is they want to continue to do what they want to do to God's chosen people. And the Most High said, let my people go. Let Trump, the Most High said, let my black chosen people go. And Trump says, Pharaoh Trump. Pharaoh, no, the Anglo-Saxons should have never called you Cyrus. They should have called you Pharaoh. Pharaoh. But since they didn't, I will. You understand me? They should have called you Pharaoh. So here we are, you know, Trump Pharaoh. He comes out and he goes and he says this. This is so you can see. Basically, what Pharaoh's telling you, you can go. I'm not gonna. You don't have to change your stuff. You can go and come back. Trump says you can leave. Okay. Pharaoh says you can leave. And you know the thing is that we cannot make these things up, right? Because he had it coming. No. He really did. Listen. When he did this, he automatically let every single body know that he is Pharaoh. So Pharaoh has a message for you. You know, and keeping you held in captivity.
If you hate our country, if you're not happy here, you can leave. And that's what I say all the time. That's what I said in a tweet, which I guess some people think is controversial. A lot of people love it, by the way. A lot of people love it. But if you're not happy in the U.S., if you're complaining all the time, very simply.
The only people that love it is your people, bruh. Because it's convenient. Free slaves, free labor, free inhabitant. As a whole, as a nation. Come on now. Why wouldn't they love it? Look at y'all. You know, your white privilege. You know, you bunch of serpents. You know, just come to the neighborhoods and bang down everything and do whatever you gotta do. You know what I mean? But like I said in the beginning of the video, don't think that just because y'all came to the hood that the hood cannot come to you. You know? That's something that you made that very clear. Because, and you know what? Two wrongs don't make it right. But who's to say that, you know, you came and you disrupt the hood, so why can the hood come and then because they can't come to your hood to shop. Are you going to let them in your neighborhood with your pink fence to shop? Are you going to do that? Or are you guys the same who care about Black Lives Matter are going to come back to the neighborhoods and start cleaning up, sweeping, sweep up and start donating? How about that? How about the fuck that? That's what we could do if you Black Lives Matter. No? Okay. So we know better. We're not fucking oblivious. Okay? And I'm gonna be like, I am not Candace. I'm telling you, Candace is shot out. Okay, that young lady is a useless eater. She is totally sold out, and it's not about being Uncle Tom or Coon at this point, or buffoonery, coonery. This is something that goes beyond. We don't know what they have done with Candace. All I know that they officially cloned her ass, and because of that, they were able to hijack her platforms and her energy, if you will. So that's all that is, you know. And that came with science, the artificial intelligence science, and that's why, you know, in such a time like now, it's, the enemy has, done so much, and their biggest fear is their time being up. Okay, it's not even so much a fearing God's chosen people, because they claim to fear God. This is these Christianity, Catholic believers, if you will. They don't serve. They won't. They won't never look. They will force their gods on you, in a way to give them dominion over you. They will tell you, we have the same God. God has created black and white and blah, 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 blah. But that could have been further from the truth. And I want us to stop being oblivious to this information, because it would really help us. It would really help us a great deal to simply say, you know what, uh, let's take a stand for the truth, you know. So basically, everything that's taking place right now, I have had a wonderful uh, encounter with the universe, and the universe is working on uh, uh, taking care of Sion. Okay, Sion is going to be okay. We we know that brimstone is on the way for those who portrayed it, the children of Israel. Um, and they have done a number. They have confederated against Israel to make Israel a nation of more. They went all out of their ways. They have brutally murdered tribes and scattered. And the Most High, that was, I guess, that was the Most High's best way of protecting his jewels, by scattering them among all nations. And then the ones, he chastises his own. Yes, we go through it all. We become very spiritual, but to say the least, their God is not our God. The only one chance that they ever had, um, is to he who blesses Israel shall be blessed. He who curses Israel shall be cursed. So, with that being said, what you're watching in the northern side of the world, it's not a coincidence that we have the tribe of Judah, scattered. We have Judah here, even though they only give you the southern Bible to read. But if you look in the Mormons, and if you look everywhere else where they scattered your information, calling it different religions and different gods, if you will, um, is what they do. Is what they have done to mislead and to kill off, help for this information to seize, and it benefited them. So, of course, sure, why not? Wouldn't they do what they have done, and keeping folks docile through religion, through certain things, taking everything to make sure they took it as an opportunity, because that's what white people are. They're a foolish nation. If you notice, their history more or less comes from Caucasus Mountains. So there are different stages of white people. You can go and look that up. I don't know what's the difference. All I know is, if you don't have no black blood in you, you are white. You are pure white as snowflake. Okay, and that's just the way it is. They're different. They are different, and it is what it is. So now, excuse me, there's going to be a lot of mixed situations, throughout rape. Remember, a lot of Puerto Ricans even came from African and Taino Native Indians, okay? Um, they call it, Taino and Native is kind of like, it's that's a whole nother video, okay? But like I said, the Most High loves His own, you know, and you know, Latin, Afro-Latin belongs to the motherland, the diaspora, and it is what it is. As you can see, these are the seeds that are rising, and what happens to the motherland at this point is definitely going to affect us. It's going to have a major effect on us. And it's something that we all look forward to, as far as coming together on one mind, one body, one soul, uh, is having one mind, one thought together, um, is what's happening right now, and it's natural. It's all natural. You're gonna see black all around the world from this seed rise like nobody's business, which is really amazing. It's phenomenal. So, the world can actually see, wow, they wanted to see the hidden ones. They were trying to find the lost ones. And the Most High said, you want to see my lost children? They are ready to fight. Okay? Don't get this twisted. They are ready to fight, and I will give them their celestial. I will give them the spirit that they need. Because I have, and it's on us, upon us, like nobody's business this summer. 2020 is the year of the gods. For ye are God's children of the Most High Yah. And we're roaring like lions. It is not a game. And this is their biggest fear, nightmare in the whole wide world. So let's listen to Pharaoh.
You can leave. You can leave right now.
So Pharaoh apparently says we can.
As I'm concerned, if you hate our country, if you're not happy here, you can leave. And that's what I say all the time.
But Pharaoh, that is not the case, Pharaoh. What happened is when Christopher Columbus came here, before Christopher Columbus came here, Britons was here, all these Europeans were here, and they have, done a great number on Israel, the children of Israel, okay, is what we dealing with here, and that's why they broke it up. So every time these illegal immigrants that they playing with, raping across these borders and all these things, and he's pretending that he's saving the children and he's building walls on the borders. Think of what he's saying. You can leave, but look what he says.
That's what I said in a tweet, which I guess some people think is controversial. A lot of people love it, by the way. A lot of people love it. But if you're not happy in the U.S., if you're complaining all the time, very simply, you can leave. You can leave right now.
You can leave, and you can leave right now. And how wonderful would that be? But that is not the case. We want you to leave. Go back to Germany, and that's what we need to be telling them. Go back to your Canaan. Go back to your Canaan, This is the part where the northern tribes have been destroyed. Don't ever listen to them. We are in a phenomenal land. And I wanted to talk about that today, about America, the wonderful natural resources that America has, and all the countries that are attached. And this story right here, I always connect everyone to this story, because this story right here talks about what they have done when they first got here, and this is before World War II. We're talking about the Britons, okay? They have came here, and it simply says here, America as the land of Canaan, as the land of Canaan, as. It's not that it is, it's as. Because when Canaan came here, the British and all of them, they've done a great job. And then here came World War II, and then the Germans came. So, you know, they've been doing a number. You know, everyone had their chance to slaughter God's chosen people. As you can see, that's exactly what had took place. So we want to go and read these little things and you know, little biblical things that we can literally um, look for. We can actually, you know, it's better if, you know, if we seek the Most High 10 times more.
President's doorstep, Black Lives Matter Plaza. But nearby, the protests go on in the shadow of the memorial to Martin Luther King. Some scenes of police brutality he's witnessed in recent days may have seemed disturbingly familiar. In Buffalo, New York, for example, a 75-year-old protester was shoved to the ground by a policeman. Another officer goes to help him but is held back, even though the man's now motionless and bleeding from his skull. Police file past and no one else is allowed to go to his aid. 2 officers have been suspended. But it's just the latest in a torrent of apparently unjustified use of force at these protests.
Don't think that United Nations and all these countries, they don't always plot against the Most High's chosen people. That's what they do. That's what G7 is. That's what all when they all come together and they continuously conspire against Africa, how to rob Africa. Don't ever get this twisted, y'all. And I want you to take heed to this. And at some point we need to start doing our homework on America. Now that's a whole nother video. Video's long enough, but I always try to pack in information and just try to throw some kind of type of I try to show folks how easy it is to use these devices, and just you can connect the dots. Don't ever let anyone deceive you. Information is at the tip of your finger, your fingers, your fingertips. Information is right there. If and the thing is, we have to become obsessed. We have to become obsessed because we're running out of time. The more they dehumanize us, so the more we continue to push history out. That's the only way to win this war right now, because the war is for information. So we gotta constantly post information, educating, and trust me, and if you will know, you will see your work. You will see your work out there. You will see it. If you are doing the right thing, you will see it tumble and rumble like a domino effect. Okay? And this is your girl, the Talk with Tiny. Don't ever let no one silence you. Don't ever let no one take your voice, strangle your throat. Okay? We need to take a stand for humanity, because they are in the process of dehumanizing us. And as normal, as abnormal they try to make us feel, we have to get real. It's okay to feel uncomfortable, because don't let them do not allow yourself to come into this new way that this is the new norm. We are constantly allowing ourselves to become immune to horrible injustice, okay? Inhumane injustice. Our human rights is what we fighting for. Our souls is what we fighting for. So we have to understand this, that righteousness shall always overtake evilness. Okay? If we're right, we will win. If we are wrong, we won't win. So as long as we are right and righteous, we will win. We have to start looking to keep our commandments. Don't worry about what you have been taught. Keep your commandments. Come back to the original sin. Study that. Come from out of Babylon all the way. Denounce religion to the Most High. And that is your key right there. We have been bamboozled. We have been force indoctrinated to force indoctrination, forced deities, forced dispensations that has truly indeed disconnected us, from ourselves, because as we, carnality and the illusion, it has become a great uh, uh, discomfort and for our soul. It's like we're being strangled. We can't breathe with the laws that they've given us. They're constantly transgressing the laws in our sleep. They're constantly dehumanizing us. They have death plans for us. They don't have anything good for us. So when election day comes, don't think that if you vote, you pick and choose any one of those people. The only thing, when you say yes and voting for that specific uh, uh, dehumanizer that is ready to make laws and strangle you with your will. The only thing you do is you come into an agreement with them to do whatever is it that they're going to do when they decide, and however they want to decide to prey on you, if you will, because that's what they do. They constantly prey on humans. They prey on humanity, and their goal is always to do the total opposite of love. Because if you of living, you know, uh, they are evil, and what is evil? It's live backwards. Okay, it just means to live backwards. That's what evil is. They don't want you to live. The evil is the total opposite of live. Okay, you can spell that backwards. Evil means live, live means evil. So if we go and their job is to be evil, our job is to try to live, in other words. So we have to fight with everything. We have to love. When we love, we have to love the Most High Yah. That's where our power, that's where our help coming from. We have to be spiritual. We have to, be spiritual to know that we are fifth dimensional. We can be ninth dimensional. We are a different type of beings. We are what the Most High has intended for us to be. For ye are God's children of the Most High Yah, and mortal bodies, and we shall die like men. But know that before we got here, we were predestined. Okay, we have a job and prophecy to fulfill. The Most High knew us in our womb. The Most High gave us a time and a date, and knows our plans. So the Most High, we have a mission. We have to know what we're gonna do, how we're gonna do it, and in order to do that, we cannot be tuned in with religion, but in our own power that we have, and it's called, uh, you know, the rays. Okay, it's called the rays. You have to be able to receive your gamma. You have to be able to know that you are powerful with a thought. With a thought, you can manifest. Manifestation is something that they always try to control. That's why if they can control your mind, then you can't think. If you can't think, then you can't think for yourself. Then you cannot wander. Then you cannot come from out. Then you cannot come from out of their matrix. Then you cannot look at the world in a different way. Then you cannot look at the things that that make people human. What is humanity? Love. Patience, kindness. And they have the qualities. You know, they have your qualities set up. They have a system that's very systematic for you. You have to walk by it. You have to live by it. And that's what when you come into the truth, and the truth shall make you free. You literally come from out of that, because you're no longer a prisoner in your own mind when you denounce the system that they have set up for you to live in illusion, to be suppressed, to be oppressed. And in the meanwhile, they're cooking up all these great, wonderful things to destroy humanity kind at its best. And the masses are the only one that can make a difference in tearing down tyranny and abolishing governments. ripping out. If the world wanted, we could rip this whole shit down and say, you know what, enough is enough, and get rid of elites and get rid of the Illuminati and say the hell with this system, break it all down, and people can govern themselves. No one has to pay for anything. We can make the world free. We can make it a free kingdom to be obedient, to keep the law, statutes, and the commandments, to live a certain way. Because if you have those law, statutes, and commandments inside you, within your soul, you are a righteous being to begin with the intentions to want to remain as such righteousness. You know, no one has to be bent over backwards with a split personality, you know, with two angel on your right side of the shoulder and a devil on the left side of your shoulder telling you, hey, listen to me, listen to me, listen to me, like we're not grown, like we don't have a self-conscious, like we're, like what do they define consciousness? Oh, to go outside in the woods and to have a connection and to have a relationship with the earth. Yes, I agree. But what is true consciousness? What is power in your mind? Very powerful, more powerful than they could ever grasp. That's why they said if this person thinks out the box, she's a threat. She is dangerous. Because you won't follow their orders. You will just dismantle their shit. You will stop them in the act. You will do everything it takes to not want to be governed by evil. As the word says, we have been given into the hands of the wicked by the power of the Most High. And the only way we can come out of that is if we strive for it. It ain't going to happen just by walking in the park neither. The same way they can sacrifice blood and this and that and sacrifice children to Nimrod to feed the beast, to even have a matrix system, it's the same way we can strive for righteousness. So the Most High can rain brimstone on them even faster. It's the power that we have when we call and cry out to the Most High Yah alone, without different gods, without. So to be a conscious level is something that before even language, there we go with the French word, language, because anything like a carriage or a language belongs to the British. But what do you expect? They all had their chances in here to colonize. You all been taught your generations before and before, different colonization masters and hunkies and owners, and they just never end neither. Right? Because knowledge is power. So this is you have to expect for white people to their goal is to teach their children to strive to keep God's chosen people in oppression, and they don't even realize it. What kind of madness is that? No one even cares to stop and think, but they so religious. If you fear a God, and that's why the Most High is going to come with a wrath. Because people take this as a joke. They take it for granted. And even the elite know that there's something far greater, more powerful than their sinisterness underground hiding. Because they know they have to hide. If they really, really want a war, all they have to do is do what they do. They're trying to do it in front of you. But some people are so lost, they're so blind, they're not going to see because they're dark. They're dark in their mind. Until you have that light to see 3D, everything you see is going to be in a dark way. So, yeah, you will love the wrong things. And that's what makes a person's life really dark. You love the wrong things. But when you love righteous, and you strive for it. And you have to learn how to be bold and courageous. Because you know what? This fight ain't just going to be like, oh, virtue. And even though it's so powerful even still. Because if you get to the minds. And that's why they love to censor us. But there's going to be some things. It's not what you say. It's how you say it. They won't even be able to grasp. Because the truth will speak to you. The truth will make you come to your own conclusion. What they're doing is going to be unsettled in your hearts. That's why the streets are looking the way they are. No matter how much Pharaoh says, you can leave if you don't like it, and many love it. Well, you and your many will learn the hard way as well. Because listen. The same way they came to the hood and destroyed the hood has yet to come to your pink fence and your nice, beautiful neighborhoods and come and take their freaking property inheritance back. What would you do then? What would you do then if the Most High snapped and took away your power just like so? And that's the era we are heading in that era right now. You can ask Rick Wiles. He will call it communist. I call it the power of the Most High Yah. Because there's going to be some things that they're going to constantly come trying. You think that the 7 Noahide laws is really going to do a great justice. You think that your time isn't up. You think that you're going to come with your Antichrist and put the Bible in the air and say, we're going to keep your God and we're going to keep the power. You're going to worship my white God, is what he said when he lifted that damn Bible up. You're going to worship my white God. No, we're not, Trump. Pharaoh. You're going to let us go, Pharaoh. Whether you like it or not, Pharaoh. And all your minions, they will fall at my feet. They will kiss my feet. Because I am not playing. I am shaming you. I'm not here to be friends. I'm not here to be a spiritual sister. I'm not here for none of that. I'm just here to show and talk in spirit and in truth, because something got to be told to the universe. Somebody, and there are people crying. There are people that know. There are people that are blessed. There are people fighting this. And that's why it's so strong, because the truth always wins. You know who wins this plan? God wins. And even Q said it. God wins. Yes, he does, Pharaoh. Yes, he does, Pharaoh. And when he told y'all to go and check Hitler out, first thing y'all come up with is JFK. What is Q so obsessed with JFK for? Go do some research on that. So you can find a lot of things about JFK being Democrat. So you have Q so-called hashtag walkaway Republicans loving JFK with all these subliminal messages of JFK. And JFK is Democrat stupid asses, period. And they're no different from you. The oppressor is a particular description in the book, in the slave book. You're the beast, you're the gens, you're the Gentiles, you're the Moabs, you're Psalms 83. You conspired, confederated against the Most High Yah's chosen people, Israel, to make Israel a nation no more. And that's what we're dealing with. And it benefited. Every world has a off of Africa, but now the diasporas are waking up and we're able to see what's going on. The great awakening is this. You have been exposed. You have built empires off the motherland. That's why the Most High talks about how you took his jewelry and you put it in your Babylonian churches and you prostituted and all this and all that, and the word drunk of your wine, and you are a disgrace. You're a disgrace, because all the blood, all the things you guys took pleasure in unrighteousness. You took pleasure in unrighteousness. You benefited from unrighteousness. You got rich off of unrighteousness. And you still lusting for your richness. You want your richness. But your time is up. Period. Man. And yet y'all don't see it coming, but it's here. The gig is up. So you can do all that. And and that's the sad part. The sad part is you have one more chance to repent from treating God's children, chosen children, the children of Israel, so mean. You have that chance. to confess, but y'all won't. You will take it all the way with you. You know? Take it all the way with you. And for the slaves that represent them, let me tell you something, the slaves shall be destroyed with the heathens and their idols. Make no mistake about that. So if black people are out there behaving crazy on these Trump supporters and all this and all that, it's such a waste of time. You could be doing something better, like sitting by the water, restoring your soul, repenting, telling the Most High, Yah, sorry for allowing myself to be deceived. This is our final apology. Please, Yahweh, forgive me for allowing myself to be deceived. That is a major prayer that we need to be praying about, because we didn't want to take the time out to be diligent and vigilant. But lucky that the Most High is pouring out His Spirit on His own, on His sons and daughters. Okay? He's not pouring His Spirit out on the Christians. Not every Christian, at least. If you're a Christian and you've been poured with the Spirit on, you made a mark, because I mean, back during all these years they have made a mockery of the Holy Spirit. But now you're gonna see the Spirit when the dove came back. When the dove came back and it starts speaking to the sons and daughters of the truth. To tell you that you're in the land of captivity, and the Most High wants to save us like Adonai saved our ancestors back then from Pharaoh then. So Adonai is pleading with us this summer, and I hope and pray that you repent in the name of Yahweh. Repent on whatever is it that we're doing. Let's learn how to fast. Let's learn how to pray. Let's learn how to do different things. Let's be a great even for strangers, shout out to the white strangers, because they are strangers. Shout out to them who are being bold and courageous, who are having revelations with this, who are taking a stand, for God's chosen people, and may, the Most High bless you. Hopefully, this word will be not rejected from the black community. This is our downfall, and this is where we went wrong. We do not read. We claim to be something that we're not, and we have done nothing more than we're sadly to say was sacrifice our children to demons. Okay. So let me find that too. So we can have a better understanding of that. In Leviticus 18:21 and 20, verse 3, in Deuteronomy 12, 30 to 31, and 18, verse 10, the Torah contains a number of imprecations against and laws forbidding child sacrifice and human sacrifice in general. The Tanakh denounces human sacrifice and barbaric customs of Baal, child sacrifices, etc., etc. And that is what these cabal predators are running out of. Thank you, Yahweh. This is the next big thing that's going to be exposed. By the time this is all exposed, it's gonna be the whole government would have to be taken down, to say the least, because the whole government, the media, etc., is the ones that is definitely warring against us. Do not be deceived. So when you see Antifa and you see all those premeditated color revolutions, they can actually even lead to like to extreme revolutions, even as of even like the one from the French Revolution, and that was horrible. That was horrendous. So we need to be real careful of who we're marching with. We need to be real careful. Now is a time where the Most High is exposing your enemy. So this is a time where the Most High is dividing the sheeps from the goats, if you will. And that is another expression to be able to identify in these days with lyrics like that we are unable to interpret, that we have come up with the wrong uh, I would have to say analysis, I would have to say philosophies, I would have to say that we have literally been led astray when it comes to doctrine and indoctrination and forced dispensations and forced DTs. And this is what they do. This is their greatest strategy besides uh, the Willie. Let me go ahead and bring that up too. Let me get that real quick so we have a better understanding of that too. Let me go ahead and bring this up too. So when we talk about their strategy that commits atrocities that benefits them a great deal, uh, you know, as far as, and they do a phenomenal job and a great job blending in as our sisters and our brothers, is how they have gotten away with this shit so long. Um, and we have to come to a conclusion. Yes, the Most High made us all for His uh, own uh, agenda. Like we all say for agendas, right? But let's talk about the Willie Lynch letter. Okay, that would be something that you can actually go and read on. Okay, so they have better plans though, and the plans get worse and worse, and that's why these atheist people out here, they love to be atheists, but they are also plotting and scheming on the minds as far as creating drones, creating weapons, warfare, chemical weapons, artificial intelligence for specifically you, black people. They fear this the most, that the rise of the hatred of being oppressed for so long will start to become something far greater, is what they fear the most. At some point, that's what it's going to come down to. Psalms 103, they sacrifice their sons and daughters. So I want to get into these religions real quick. Psalms 106:37, they sacrifice their sons and daughters to false gods. That is a problem, y'all. We need to come out of their churches, out of their Babylons. As of now, I speak life over this. I speak life over this. That all my brothers and sisters, may I plant this, and they can water it, right? So they worship their idols, which become a snare to them. Please, this is a snare to you. They sacrifice their sons and their daughters to demons. So the part of Jesus in Jesus' name is a problem. The minute you say in Jesus' name, they automatically, immediately have dominion over you. That is a curse. And that's how much power that these words have. The minute you say in Jesus' name, your whole prayer has been crumbled. The frequency has not touched the Most High. You are doomed. You are doomed up to you denounce that. and come out of these curses that you put yourself in. Uh, and that's why. So what's so important about these words that I'm saying right now is that, you know, even as far as singing the music, you in bondage yourself. When you look in the mirror and you sing their songs and their lyrics, you're literally cursing yourself. So imagine these words. You know, when you say in, and you're not, swearing to the Most High Yah, you're not uh using the oath in the Most High Yah's name. You have to understand that you are literally cursing yourself. So when people say, well, what is the difference? The difference is your oath, who you doing an oath to, who you worshiping, and who you allowing to have dominion over you. Because when you think that your God is just any old God, then that's when you have officially become into a serious problem. You will have serious problems. So that's what I'm saying. And that alone should cut up religion, because religion is our enemy, and that's how religion can be your enemy, because religion can cut you up just by your own self having dominion over you, your spirit. And this is how our spirit, the carnality, wrestles with our carnality, and our spirit clashes when it comes to your spirit wanting to do the will of the Most High, but you're being taught and led astray by the things that we are being taught throughout generations. And honestly, that's why they call generational curses, if you will. So there's some things that we need to be talking, we need to be observing, and we need to be listening and steadfast, because these are some severe, critical times to be alive in. It's not even so matter of unprecedented, but this is some severe days to be alive in. So I just want to clarify this, and I want to put this on the screen so we have a better understanding of what I'm talking about, because people intend to have trouble in understanding this. And this is your curse, medical martial law, as you can see on the screen. You have been considered medical martial law rolled out in New York City. Unvaccinated citizens banned from all public places, including schools, churches, malls, sidewalks, public transit, and voting locations. Because the Most High said, this is what's really going on.
As far as I'm concerned, if you hate our country, if you're not happy here, you can leave. And that's what I say all the time. That's what I said in a tweet, which I guess some people think is controversial. A lot of people love it, by the way. A lot of people love it. But if you're not happy in the U.S., if you're complaining all the time, very simply, you can leave. You can leave right.
Pharaoh offers you to leave, but the Most High says in Psalms 106:37, they sacrifice their sons and daughters to false gods. So when you go to church and you are scattered among nations, other nations, we went down there, we looked over those scriptures as well. You are scattered among all nations. You are serving gods not even your four founding fathers have served: Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and Moses, if you will. And throughout all these generational curses, we have brought our children to these temples. We have grown to realize that that's why we're so cursed. Okay. They worship their idols. Their idols, okay? Give thanks to the Lord, for he is good. They worship their idols, which became a snare to them. Because you worship idols, it has become a snare to you. They sacrifice their sons and their daughters to demons. They shed innocent blood, the blood of their sons and daughters, whom they sacrifice to the idols of Canaan. Now we went down Canaan. Canaan is the Europeans, okay? You sacrifice your children to the Canaans, to the Europeans, okay? It's what we need to understand, okay? Whom they sacrificed to the idols of Canaan, and the land was polluted with blood. And that's why this land is polluted with blood, because we're constantly sacrificing our children. And the God that they worship Baal. Okay, they worship Baal. They sacrifice children. they are horrendous. They are hideous, okay? And this goes with Jesus. This goes with their God. This goes, Caesar Borgia, etc., etc. So the cross reference of this, 1 Corinthians 10:20, and it reads, "No, but the sacrifices of pagans are offered to demons, not to God. And I do not want you to participate with demons." So the Most High is speaking, but we're not listening. So we need to stop worshiping demons, because you're not worshiping God. You are sacrificing, okay? But the sacrifices of pagans are offered to demons, not to God. And I do not want you to be participants with demons. So the Most High has fair warned you. So if you worship the demons, it is a snare that has been set up for you. And this is why we need to depart from them, their world. But the world has been given into the hands of the wicked. So when you depart from their world, Israel, you're supposed to be learning how to depart from their world, because their world has been given into the hands of the wicked. The world. Depart from the world. We have a job to do. Hurry up and do it, okay? Leviticus 17:7. They must no longer offer their sacrifices to the goat demons, to which they have prostituted themselves. This will be a permanent statue for them for the generations to come. And that's exactly what it has been. A permanent statue. You understand me? It has to be removed in the name of Yahweh. And I claim it, and I claim it, and I claim it. I declare and I decree in the name of Yahweh. You must not worship the Lord your God in this way, because they practice for their gods every abomination which the Lord hates. So if you love your Lord, thy God, Yahweh, Adonai, you need to stop, because the Lord hates that. You must not worship the Lord your God in this way, because they practice for their gods every abomination. Abomination, desolation. It's a bad thing. Abominable things are not of God, which the Lord hates. They even burn their sons and daughters in the fire. You're not to worship in that way. So saying that Jesus died on the cross for you is a sacrifice. Drinking blood is a sacrifice. You need to stop. The Most High is cracking the code for you right now. You need to stop. Deuteronomy 32:17 reads, the sacrifice to demons. They sacrifice to demons, not to God. To gods they had not known. To newly arrived gods, which your fathers did not fear. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and Moses did not fear these gods like Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, Sheba of destruction. 2 Kings 16:3. Instead, he walked in the way of the kings of Israel, and even sacrificed his son in the fire, according to the abominations of the nations whom the Lord had driven out before the Israelites. So these nations were with the Most High, but the Most High have driven them out because of this behavior. This is what's happening. Why is it so hard to understand this? Because you are a liar. You are an oppressor. You won't denounce the lies. They sacrificed their sons and their daughters in the fire and practiced divination and soothsaying. They devoted themselves to doing evil in the sight of the Lord, provoking him to anger. And that's when the scattering of Israel began, because he provoked the Most High to anger. Yeah, the Most High is slow to anger. As you can see, 2 Kings 17:70 reads, they sacrificed their sons and their daughters in the fire and practiced divination and soothsaying. They devoted themselves to doing evil in the sight of the Lord, provoking him to anger. Can you imagine burning your child up in fire? Oh no, not me. Well, every time you bring your kids to church to worship this white God and this divination that they sacrifice, put Jesus on the cross, and you give your soul to him in your heart, you are literally giving your children to this demonic force entity and don't even know it. Don't even know it. But we have so much to say about everything and anything and all this and all that, but can't comprehend simple words, because folks are double-minded. Double-minded people are dangerous. That's what we have preaching these words. Everybody wants a divine title. Everybody wants a divine look. Everybody wants to act holy. They go in these front store churches. I'm telling you, it was a circus show. It was a show. It was a show. It was so crazy. I mean, the word being mad, receive this Jesus that they love so much, they talk about. If you don't, you will die. You will go to hell. Can you imagine? Because you don't receive Satan in your heart, they're false gods, that you can go to hell. Can you imagine that? That's the fear they put in your heart. If you don't receive this hell God, you're going to go to hell anyway. Everything is always backwards. You have to start thinking. It's backwards. It's the other way around. If you serve this God, you will go to hell. We're done. Oh, this is good. Oh, we got some church up in here right now. And you know what? The other day, I feel like the earth needs some preaching. They need spirit and in truth. They're hungry. They're hungry. But that's why it says to draw closer to the word. And redemption shall draw nigh back. The more you draw closer to the Most High will draw nigh close to you. That's why the word says, work on your salvation in fear and trembling. Because can you imagine? And the Most High shut these things down. They can't even open them. This is the reason why the churches and everything has stopped. Because the Most High is not having it anymore. Nope. Not at all. Not at all. And I'm so honored and so, I feel like the Most High has chosen me. I don't know why the Most High chose me, but I know that the Most High is real. That's for sure. So Psalm 16:4, sorrows will multiply to those who chase other gods. But they don't hear that. They still chasing this Jesus. I will not pour out their libations of blood or speak their names with my lips. Most High made that very clear. So everything you're doing, the Most High don't got nothing to do with these crazy front store churches. Isaiah 57:5. Who burned lust among the oaks under every luxuriant tree? Who slaughter your children in the valleys, under the clefts of the rocks. The same people you worship. That was a question. Jeremiah 19:5. They have built high places to Baal, on which to burn their children in, the fire as offerings to Baal. Something I never commanded or mentioned, nor did it ever enter my mind. You imagine Lolita Expressway, John Epstein, Hillary Clinton, all these celebrities, including Trump, child trafficking, presidents, all kinds of types of sin has reached to the Most High. And the Most High is not playing with Pharaoh. The Most High said, let my people go. Because the Most High knows that we're crying. We know we have woken. We are awakened. This is the great awakening. Father, yeah, we don't want them among us anymore. We want that you rebuke them off this nation. That you would get rid of them. But the Most High hates Esau and loves Jacob, and they know this. They'll never preach that. But that is not the very important thing. The important thing is that you worship something that is not, you're told, gods, they worship demons. You're told specifically not to worship. Rather it's a black Jesus, rather it's a white Jesus. That's why I said Zachary and them are dangerous on the street right now. Okay? And I will not just say something like that without actually breaking it down. Very important. And this is all about celestial Melchies. Ezekiel 16:20. Even you took the sons and daughters you bore to me and sacrificed them as food to idols. Was your prostitution not enough? Look what they do. These celebrities. They steal the Most High Yah's children and eat organs, adrenochromes. See, the Most High is speaking in Ezekiel, but the same thing that these Republicans are running around here expressing the cabal is right here in Ezekiel. Human trafficking is right here in Ezekiel 16:20. You slaughter my children and deliver them up through the fire to idols. Can you imagine? The Most High has been dealing with this forever with these pharaohs. Ezekiel 16:21. You slaughter my children and deliver them up through the fire idols. Ezekiel 20:31. When you offer gifts, sacrificing your sons in the fire, you continue to defile yourselves with all your idols to this day. So should I be consulted by you, O house of Israel? As surely as I live, declares the Lord God, I will not be consulted by you. And the treasury of Scripture, yes, they sacrifice their sons and daughters to devils. When you take your sons and your daughters to these Babylonian churches, to even be a part of them, you were supposed to depart from the world. Deuteronomy 12, 30-31. Take heed to thyself. You have to save yourself. Take heed to thyself. Thou be not snared by following them, after they be destroyed from before thee, and that thou inquire not after their gods, saying, how did these nations serve their gods? He don't even want you to wonder how. Even so will I do likewise. Deuteronomy 18:10. There shall not be found among you anyone that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, or that useth divination, or an observer of times, of an enchanter, or a witch. See, so the Most High is like, listen, those who take their children to church and they give themselves to Jesus, and they sacrifice their children, you passing your children off to idols. There shall not be found among you any one that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire. So you are gone with the wind. When the Most High comes, the slaves shall be destroyed with the heathens and their idols. It's pretty much. And if you was reading your Bible, you would have found that in I gotta find the scripture, but that stayed in my soul. Deuteronomy 18:10. There shall not be found among anyone that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire. So when you go to that Sunday service right now, you are found to be putting your sons, and you are sacrificing. You make it your son and your daughter to pass through the fire, or that use divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, talking about Jesus loves you, or in Jesus' name. 2 Kings 16:3. But he walked in the way of the kings of Israel. Yeah. And made his son to pass through the fire. Okay, see, and that's what we got with these Israelites right now. You know, talking about all this baptism stuff, you know. But he walked in the way of kings. Yes, you walk. These Israelites are awakening. They're finding themselves. But yeah, and made his son to pass through the fire according to the abominations of the heathen whom the Lord cast out from before the children of Israel. So you're still using their idols. You're still using their ways in such times to even... You can't break away from them. You're still doing the will of the devil by deceiving others, allowing others to walk through that fire. When you deceive, it's pretty much even. Can you imagine your sons and your daughters? And if they're not your sons and daughters, they're somebody else's sons and daughters. When you offer Jesus to them. Something to think about. Something to really look. I want people to start reading these scriptures, and I want you to understand them with power and dominion. Know your enemy. Know how your enemy has tricked you. Leviticus 17:7. And they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils, after whom they have gone a whoring. This shall be a statute forever until them throughout their generations. Deuteronomy 32:17. They sacrificed unto devils, not to God, to gods whom they knew not, to new gods that came newly up, whom your fathers fear not. And the only reason why they are newly gods because of the new world. Everything is new to them. When they came here and they discovered the indigenous, it was new to them. The New Testament is new to them. That's why if you go and you type in the son of perdition, the New Testament automatically comes up. Now let me tell y'all something. That was very alarming to me when the Most High brought that to my attention. You understand me? If you type in, the son of perdition, right? Guess what comes up? The New Testament. You see? So the Google tells you the truth, but you don't have true discernment because you don't know your history. You don't know what has been done to you. You have been taught and lied to a certain way. So everything that I'm saying is the total opposite of, and that's what they do. They do everything backwards. So everything that you have ever been taught in these schools, because they didn't want you to know, of course they led you astray. Okay? So that's what school is all about. That's why it's very important. The government will hover over your children. You better take your children, or if not, we'll come knocking on your door. Because if the children, they need the masses to be led astray. They need to teach the masses. So everything they do, they did it for their own purpose. Okay? This is what we need to understand. And they did it for their own purpose, because they got to strip the natural resources. They enslaved the Most High Yah's children through slave trades, through everything possible. Any and all atrocities you could ever come up with, they have done all this for that, just to have power on the earth for as long as they can, until the children of the Most High Yah wakes up and cries out to the Most High Yah. It's pretty much what we're dealing with. So the times are gonna get worse and worse. Okay, so whatever you have learned from them, so if you don't receive Jesus, you won't go to heaven. That's the total opposite of that. If you receive Jesus, you're gonna go to hell. If it's so hard, it's just so hard. You're gonna have to backtrack everything you have ever learned, backtrack it and turn it around, because woe unto those who call bitter sweet and sweet bitter is what the scripture has specifically meant. So what does the son of perdition mean? If you not notice, I type in the son of perdition, and guess what? The New Testament definitely comes up, because the New Testament is being portrayed as new. Okay, so if you see, they will come with John 17:12, 2 Thessalonians. And 2 Thessalonians, by the way, tells you about the son of perdition. You live in a great delusion. The son of perdition is a Greek, you already know what that, Greek phrase. Traditionally, they have traditions. Okay, these are their traditions, mankind traditions. These are not the laws of the Most High Yah, statutes and commandments that the Most High Yah has anticipated for his own. And that's the reason why we are in captivity. But hallelujah, we are awakened to this knowledge. And as we know, Paul, the Bible was said not to preach to the Gentiles, and Paul went and did exactly that. So you could see that's why they worship Paul. They know very well what they do. All that saying, forgive them not, for they know not what they do, that is also backwards. Everything you have ever learned was backwards. They had to switch and swap. That was the whole point of stealing your identity. Okay, so for what it's worth, I think that everyone will find peace in their heart is when they denounce religion and begin to speak to the Most High Yah, and let natural earth heal you and lead you. The Most High has a plan for you. The Most High knows your plan. And that's why I feel like it was very urgent that we get on here and we start doing these things for one another, because no one is preaching in spirit and in truth. You have these thirsty pastor pork chops that are foaming out the mouth to get back on track with their 50C1 exempts. They are really, really trying so hard. And those who are about to step down, they know why they're stepping down. They know that the gig is up. But anyhow, this is your girl to talk with Tiny, and I hope I was a great help for those. Knowledge is power, and it's so powerful when it's effective. And the only way it can be effective is if we are truly free. So the whole point of this video is to be free. Be free in your mind. The truth shall make you free, and free indeed. Where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty, because your fear should be focused on your laws, statutes, and your commandments, and living a wonderful, righteous life. And there's nothing wrong with keeping your commandments, your law, statutes, and your commandments that the Most High has intended for His own. So let's get back to that, and that is my plea with the universe. I just pray for the Most High, and it's a beautiful thing because the next time around, the laws will be embedded in us. Do not let anyone take the crown of life, and just know that that's what Corona virus stands for, crown, if you look it up. And that's why you will see all these subliminals, I can't breathe, I can't breathe, because they really want to steal your blessing, your breath of life. And when I say them, I say them, the powers of evil. They're no longer the powers that be. The people are the power. We have already risen. We are amazing, and we will abolish and dismantle this whole matriarch system. We want to be free. We want to be free from you know, if you know your inheritance, you know that the Most High is going to bless His people. The strangers will take Israel to the inheritance, and that's just the beginning. The Most High will gather His own from the four corners of the earth, and collect His own, and everything on the earth shall perish. The only thing that will be left is the remnant, God's word, God's love, and yeah, you know, the words that we speak has to be in spirit and in truth. It's your girl to talk